My name is Dale Nichols. We've developed these tapes to show wire wrapping and wire artist techniques to form very nice pieces of jewelry. I've been wire wrapping about 15 years now, and for most of those years I've also been teaching. All I do now is teach at various locations throughout the United States. I think that's helped me prepare these tapes, which I consider the finest tapes ever done on wire artistry, to be very good for both beginners and more experienced wire wrap artists. Before we get started, I'd like to show you some of the projects that are on the tapes. There are projects that are on the tapes that are not here on the table. In addition to these projects, there are many, many others that can be found from various sources. Before we get into the projects, I'd like to cover some basics about tools, about wire, and a couple of techniques. You can carry all the tools you need to do wire art in a shoebox, and you can spend less than $100 and have a very acceptable selection of tools to do this work. The most fundamental and most often used of the tools are pliers, and there are 4 sets of pliers that are essential. There's some others that you may want to buy as you go along, and I'll cover those a little bit later. But right now, the essential set of pliers are the flat nose, the round nose, these are chain nose, and what I call, and what most people in wire call, flush cutters. First, I'll cover the pliers. They all need to have some common characteristics. That is that the jaw length from the hinge to the jaw, that is from here to the end of the jaw, needs to be 1 inch to 1 1/4 inches. They all need to be light tight at the end when you hold them up to the light and look through the end. All 3 of these pliers, the chain nose, the flat nose, and the round nose, need to come together. When they are together, they need to come to a point not more than about 1/16 of an inch. The flat nose should be roughly 3/16 of an inch wide, and the round nose and the chain nose should come to 1/16 of an inch at the end of the jaw as well, and 1/16 of an inch at the end of the jaws in the profile view. Jaw length, again, should be about 1/8 of an inch. Now, this said, I almost won't buy pliers without picking them up and feeling them. Different pliers feel different in your hands. Some, you'll find that some very nice pliers or expensive pliers don't feel as good to you as the less expensive pliers. Each of these pliers, with the exception of these, cost in the $7 to $10 range. So now these flush cutters are beading pliers, and the reason we call them flush cutters is that when we pick it up, when we cut a piece of wire with the flat side, it cuts it square and thereby eliminates burrs. The more traditional diagonal cutters that have bevel jaws on both sides cut wire in there's a peak on each end of the wire, and invariably there's a little burr on it. So we use the flush cutters. As I said, these are the beading pliers. You can find these at any beading shop or through jewelry suppliers, and again, they cost $7 to $10. I've had all of these pliers for many, many years. They're not necessarily expensive pliers, with the exception of these. These are very expensive. They're good German pliers, and I think they were in the $50 range when I bought them, but they've lasted a lot. You can also find duplicates of this plier, either manufactured in either Pakistan or China for a lot less money than I paid for those. Okay, some other tools that you'll use regularly are a file. This is a small escapement file. I bought this from a jewelry supplier. It's a very fine grit, and you need to prepare this file before you use it. To use this file, I put it in a wooden handle that gives you much better control as far as keeping it from moving from side to side. I also prepare the edges by smoothing them with a little grinding wheel, and in my case I use an abrasive stone that comes with the Dremel, and I'll discuss the Dremel in more detail a little bit later, but you just put that in, turn it on, and you run it right along that edge, and that takes all the serrations off the edge. And the reason for that is that when you're using it on an article of jewelry is that you can file right next to a stone or next to another piece of wire. And if you slip, you don't mark it, or you don't scratch the stone. Frankly, most of the, and use this for deburring, most of the deburring work I do with a Dremel, which I'll demonstrate a little bit later. But occasionally you need that. Use the Sharpie pen, either in the fine or ultra fine, is the only thing that really makes a satisfactory mark on wire jewelry as you're working on it. So you can make a mark like that. Frequently it'll come off as you develop the piece, but if it doesn't, you can take fingernail polish remover or acetone, paint thinner, and take it right off. But you need a Sharpie, and you can get that at any office supply. I use a toothbrush and Windex for cleaning jewelry when I'm on the road. When we get through, we polish the jewelry. You can use a jeweler's polishing cloth, or again, I use the Dremel with a wheel, which I'll demonstrate a little bit later. This wheel is a soft cotton buff, and I use that with jeweler's rouge, just like that, and you just touch it like that. Jeweler's cloth is you can use to stroke the jewelry, and it will also polish the jewelry. Use tweezers occasionally for picking up small pieces. These articles you can find at jewelry supply place, some times at a swap meet. The best place though is at gem and mineral shows or bead shows. They have good tools of the right kind, and they're available there at a good price. If you're going to do rings, you need a ring sizer. You use this on the customer or whoever you're making the ring for. It gives you a size, and then you can transfer that size to a ring mandrel. And when you buy a ring mandrel, you need to buy one that is perfectly round. There's another type that has a groove back for working on faceted stones, but the majority of your work will be on a round ring mandrel, and it's got the sizes marked. on at each location. I use a smaller, we won't call this a mandrel, it's actually a drift punch. It's a mechanics tool, and it's much smaller. It goes from diameter than the ring mandrel. It goes from, probably 1/4 of an inch up to 1/2. And we use this to fit stones in, to get an exact fit for stones in rings, both faceted rings and cabochons. The next tool I use is I use a small metal ball peen hammer. It's very light. Again, I polish the surface with the Dremel tool and take the wire edge off so that if I hit a piece of an article of jewelry, as I'm tapping on it, if I happen to hit it off square, it doesn't mark or cut the jewelry. There are 3 measuring devices you need. You can use a yardstick or a carpenter's tape for measuring longer pieces. You can use a regular ruler for intermediate cutting. And then for the very fine work, I use a metal scale. This is available at the bigger home Home Depots, Lowe's, and those kinds of companies. And you need to buy one that is absolutely easy to read. This one's very clearly marked, and so I like this one. I think it's only a couple of dollars at Home Depot or home supply store. There are others. You need to look at this very carefully, because when you are making some projects, particularly the faceted stone projects, you need to make your measurements very accurately, and this scale will enable you to do that. Stay away from those that are not marked or that are in other dimensions. In other words, this is a English scale. It's in 32nd, 16ths, 8ths and quarters, so on, whereas the machinist scales are in 1/10 of an inch, and they're more difficult to read. So this is the very one I recommend. It's a general, and as I say, it's available for less than $2. You'll use tape, and the tape I recommend is this blue painter's tape. You can buy this again at a home supply store or at a paint store. Regular masking tape doesn't work very well, and I mean, it's a low-cost item. One roll will last you for a very long time. So I would recommend this particular brand. When you're taping your projects, and we do tape them, you just take a very small piece of tape and you tape only about the last 1/2 to 1/4 of an inch, and I say tape flat. By that I mean you just lay it behind that, then you bring this over and tape it to the side. And the reason you use that is once you tape that, it holds it securely, but it's very easy to take off if you only tape that 1/4 to 1/2 inch long. Whereas other tapes stick so tightly that you almost distort your wire getting it off. We use a pen vise, and I recommend this particular one. It's rather difficult to find, we use this for twisting wire. And in the individual projects, I'll show you how to twist wire. Depending on the type of the wire, we twist different types in a different fashion. The essential thing here is that you have a small hole here, not one that will rip the wire, but you can tighten down very tightly like that. It needs to be hollow because when you're twisting wire, you'll put it in one end, and sometimes you have a lot of wire out here, and particularly with half-hard wire, which I'll describe a little bit later, you can only twist a couple of inches at a time. So you twist a couple of inches, loosen this, move the wire down, twist a couple more inches, move it down, twist again. And as I say, I'll go through that in the individual projects. I use jeweler's rouge for polishing. Again, I use that in conjunction with the Dremel, and it works really well. It's a very low cost item. It will last you for years and years. Although that pretty much covers the essential items. I'll go into some others now that are optional but desirable and will make your work easier. And they're not that expensive either. First, I have this tool holder, which I made many, many years ago. It just has a series of 1/2 inch and 3/8 inch holes, and I put my pliers in it depending on the size of the handle. I've got these little grooves over here, which I put in with the Dremel. And they more or less hold them in alignment. I keep it right in front of me, and I put the pliers in when I'm not using them. It makes it very easy just to reach forward and grab that. And it holds most of the essential tools, the pliers, the wire twister. I usually have my scale in here, got my marker, and again, this little file. So it's very handy, and it keeps things cleaned up. Another optional device is this work surface that I have, and I hope to get plans on it soon on my website. But it's just a piece of 1/4 inch plywood. It's about 18 inches wide and roughly 15 inches deep. The beauty of this is you can clamp it anywhere, even on a very nice table with something underneath. Use a deep C-clamp, that is one that's wide from here to here, from the front to the back. And you can clamp it under, inside the support of the table down here. And as I say, it helps you work anywhere because I've got a scale here. I don't have to pick up this scale for intermediate cutting. I can just pull the wire out, measure it, and cut it here. And then as I cut shorter and shorter pieces of wire, this little fence keeps those wires on the table. They don't fall in the carpet or on the floor. Underneath, I've got a 2x4 here, and this 2x4 is drilled about 2.5 inches deep. The 2x4 is 3.5 inches, so it's not drilled completely through, and it holds the ring mandrel. So for beginners, especially for beginners, by using it this way, you have both hands to work with, and it's a much more flexible system than what most wire wrappers use. So I highly recommend this. It's very inexpensive to make, very easy to make, and gives you a lot more flexibility as to where you can work. Optional tools are just additional tools that will make it easier for you to work. And so I'll go through those again. Some of them are not very expensive at all, and you'll really appreciate having them. The first of those are the battery-powered Dremels. This particular one is the least expensive Dremel you can buy. Right now, I think it's in the $25 range at the larger stores. I mean home stores or discount department stores. It's a 4.8 volt model. It has 2 speeds. I always use it on high speed, which is number 2. You can interchange your tools. I use primarily just 2 tools. And the first is a rubberized abrasive. This particular one is a fine. I use this for deburring, taking tool marks out of my projects if I happen to get one there, and polishing prongs. The other is a soft cotton buff. This is started out as a 1-inch cotton buff, and that's strictly for polishing. So you just put those in, lock the shaft with this little knob, cut it, and turn it on. And again, you just hit it like that, and then you just bounce it off your project like this. And it does a wonderful job of polishing. It gives your work a very professional finish, highly polished finish, and it's invaluable. These run around $25 to $30. They last for years. It has a rechargeable battery and several mandrels and tools with it, several of these. The ones that you use, you'll have to buy from a jewelry supply. That is the 1-inch cotton buff and the rubberized abrasive. You'll also have to buy the mandrels. That's this portion of it. When you're doing that, buy all 1/8-inch mandrels. That way you don't have to change the collets inside here, and that will help you keep your pace of work up a little higher. None of these things are very expensive. They're under $2 a piece, and they will last you, for years. And the other optional categories are pliers. In some cases, these are specialized pliers. In others, are just variations on sizes to do different sizes of projects. For instance, here are 2 different sizes of chain nose pliers. Either will work. The smaller one, smaller pair will enable you to do a little bit finer work. And I prepare these pliers. I prepare the chain nose and the flat nose pliers before I work with them. By that, I mean I use a rubberized abrasive in the Dremel, and I come along and I take the wire edge off. If you will feel new pliers like this before they're prepared, they have just a bit of an edge, and it feels sharp. And that sharp edge will mark your wire as you're working with them if you don't take it off. So I just use rubberized abrasive in the Dremel and just run along that. I also just very imperceptibly round the points on the outside. I don't do anything to the inside of the jaw, but around the outside. And on the flat nose, I do the same thing, just around here and on the outside. But I never do anything to the inside of the jaw where you're actually grasping the wire. Regarding flat nose, I have several sets of flat nose pliers, and they all have somewhat of a special purpose. This is the first one I showed you. It's the best all-around plier, probably. The jaw width here is about 3/16 of an inch. I have a larger, stronger pair, and I use this strictly to make rosettes, and I also make a chain with this, which I demonstrate in the tapes. I file reference marks on these various flat nose pliers, and that helps me be consistent in my work. And for instance, in making a chain, then I can make the lengths of the chain all the same length by doing a reference mark. And I go through that pretty thoroughly in the tape as to how to develop and mark that reference mark. These again, for rosettes and for making chains, they're very heavy through here and through here. They're a specialized plier. But they're not expensive again. A very inexpensive pair will work just fine if you can find them. So side by side, you'll see a big difference in these. I'll try to get them here in graduated widths. Large one for, again, making rosettes and chain lengths. This would be an all-around set. Its jaw width is about 1/4 of an inch. This one's slightly smaller. This would be my best all-around plier, flat nose. As you can see, this one is very small, less than 1/8 of an inch. And I use this especially on prong projects and other very fine flat nose requirements. Again, these three would run in the $7 to $10 range. Some other specialized pliers that I use a lot, primarily for shaping and sculpting wire, scrolling wire, and forming it, are these, they're called by several names. They're called combination pliers, they're called flat nose, round nose, and I've heard people call them coiling pliers as well. As you can see, if you look at the end of the jaw, one's round, one's completely flat, and they work very well for certain applications like making small loops. You get out right there on the end, and then just keep backing up and go forever, or you can actually spiral this down the round part of it to get a decorative effect. This is a much smaller plier. You can make the same version of this combination plier. You can make a very, very tiny loop with these pliers, and they're very handy. I think these will be awfully hard to find. These you see sometimes at gem and mineral shows, or some of the better jewelry suppliers will have these too. Along the same lines is a larger pair. As you can see, these have a very large radius on top and a flat nose on the bottom. And where they work particularly well is shaping gentle curves like this when you're trying to get an exact fit. They make the job much easier. There's always another way on all of these things. For instance, this, you can use a combination of round nose and wooden dowels and things like that. But truthfully, that plier makes the work much easier. Another highly recommended requirement is that when you work with some kind of magnification. Now, this is an optivisor. I consider it the best of the magnifying devices. You can easily adjust this to the size of your head by moving this knob back here. These fall in the $30 to $35 range, but I've got several pair of them. I've had them for, in one case, I think I've had a pair probably 35 years. You can buy replacement parts for these, and if you're going to work all day or very long periods, these are the most desirable from my point of view. An acceptable substitute for those of you that aren't doing it professionally or for long periods is just magnifying reading glasses. And in my classes, this is generally what I wear. They don't magnify as much as these, but for most work, they work just fine. The last fundamental I would like to cover is the wire that you use. There's a lot to know about wire. For most of my work, I use 20, 21, and 22 gauge in both half hard and soft or dead soft strengths. I use almost all gold filled. You can also use silver in the same configurations. And all of the wire, well, 99.9% of the wire I use is square wire. When you buy it, you need to buy it, you do buy it by the ounce. And this is a couple of ounces of square wire. This particular one is soft wire. And when you have both soft and half hard wire in front of you, you can tell the difference between them by just taking the end of it and flicking the end like that. You can see this bend very easily. The half hard wire has a lot of spring to it, and it'll come right back and won't bend that easily. It's very important that you use the right wire for the right project, and by that I mean the projects that I talk about on the tapes. I tell you exactly what wire to use, whether it's hard, half hard. I also tell you the gauge. I work mostly in gold-filled wire, but you can also use silver wire. That's not silver. Sometimes I use them in combination. For instance, this bracelet. I don't know if you can see it on the tape, but there's silver wire, and on the outside I have gold-filled wire. And it's a nice look, the combination. Silver wire works a little differently than gold-filled, but you can easily adjust. In all my years, I have never found an acceptable practice wire. I get a lot of questions about that. The copper wire is too soft. the brass wire is too hard. None of the less expensive wires works like gold felt. Silver is the closest. Right now, as we're making the tapes, the gold wire runs probably $20 to $22 an ounce, and you buy it by the ounce. An ounce of 22 gauge wire, which this is about 25 feet long. The average project takes probably 4 feet of wire, so you can make roughly 6 projects from 1 ounce of 22 gauge gold felt wire. So it costs roughly $1 a foot for the wire. Down in the 20 gauge, which is heavier, the gauges, the bigger the number, the smaller the wire. In other words, 22 gauge or 16 gauge is much thicker than 22 gauge or 24 gauge. As I said before, you must use the right wire for the right project. As a general rule of thumb, if you're doing a project that has a lot of detail and where you need strength, you'll use half-hard wire. And the term half-hard and hard are used synonymously. They're the same wire in this country. And the term soft and dead soft are synonymous. But again, where you need a lot of detail and strength, you'll use half-hard wire. Where you have flowing curves and you do scroll work, soft wire is the choice. In other words, if you tried to do this project with half-hard wire, it would not be successful. You wouldn't get the smooth flowing lines. You wouldn't get, it's just not manipulated as easy. In those projects that require half-hard wire, you use your tools and pliers a lot more than you do your fingers. That said, probably 80% of the work you do in wire art is done with your fingers. There's a couple of techniques that I'd like to show here. One is a technique of what I call progressive cutting. And I stress this on every project, but by progressive cutting, I mean if you have a project that requires 4 wires, 3 inches long, you'll measure the first wire 3 inches long, and that becomes the guide. And I move that 3-inch wire up the coil of the wire from the same end. I don't change ends, and if at all possible, I don't change wires. And by doing it this way, when you begin to put your piece together, you'll find that these wires line up very nicely. As you look at them under the light, move them under the light, you have a consistent play of light across the bundle, and they're all in a line. So the usual thing is to do that progressive cutting procedure for whatever number of wires you need, and tape. And I usually always just link my taping to one end, again, just a 1/2 inch or so, 1/2 to 1/4 of an inch from the end. And again, I tape flat, tape it across the wires, and then bring the tape together on the side. So that's what I've got. And you can see that they're well aligned. If they're not well aligned, you'll see one of the wires or two of them that are darker or lighter that don't blend with this. And again, I say this just makes your work go much more easily. So it's kind of an important step. For wrapping wires, and this is the way we provide the structure for the wires, I use almost exclusively 21 gauge, half round, half hard, gold felled wire. It's pretty much a standard in the wrapping. Again, I cover this in every project, but I want to show it up front while you're not concentrating so much on the project. To start the wraps, I grasp the wrap with my flat nose pliers, and normally I get it right on the end, and I bend this toward me and I offset it to my left as I'm looking at it. In other words, I've offset this short end toward my left hand. And then I hook this wire, and normally I'll have it marked as to where I want to start. I hook it over the bundle, the four, what I call primary wires, the main wires. And I do the first wrap by hand, just like that. All right, now I grasp this wire, and this is the way you get very tight wraps. I'll push this over, and I'm pushing it slightly to my left. See what I mean? Like that. So as I look at it from this side, it's to my left. Then I rotate the bundle, and again with the flat nose, I bring it down. And because I've offset it to the left, as I brought it down, the wire overlaid the previous wrap, and because it's half round, it forced it to fall right next to the previous wrap. And I'll do this one more time, or a couple more. Okay, again, I'm offsetting it to my left. As I bring it over, I should have gone a little further. I bring it down. Now watch the end of the wire as I bring it down. It will snap right next to the place as I see how it moved from over here to there as I put pressure on it. Do it one more time. You get very fast at this. Again, it's offset to the left, and watch the wire as it comes down. See it moved over adjacent to the previous wrap. And there it is again. And you can see the wires get very tight. Almost every wire artist, I can't think of any exceptions, get a little hump. The first wrap is usually a little higher than the subsequent wraps. So I want to take that out, and the way I do that is I grab the tail where I began, rotate it back a quarter of a turn, and I pull on the pliers, push on the bundle on the primary wires, in other words, I'm creating tension in this wire, and wrap it back where it was, and then the hump is gone. Then when I get through with my wraps, I can cut both of them on the inside of the project. So that's the way you prevent that. So the important things here again were the progressive cutting and then the wrapping technique. And I always leave this short tail. I get that Again, when I make my first bend, I come down about a 1/2 inch and bend it like that. I'll show you one more time. When I'm starting with my 1/2 round wrap wire, I come down about a 1/2 inch. Again, right on the end of the pliers, and offset it to my left. That's what I have. There are other projects that we want this space to be bigger, where we are going around maybe 2 wires at a time that are lined up, and we do that on just about all of these border wrap pendants. The way we get that is, rather than to do this on the end, we move it up and then bring it over. And in that case, we have a wider center point than we do on this end, where we get it right out here on the end. So that becomes important on some projects. One thing I would like to show you is what to do with your scrap wire. When you're wire wrapping, you'll end up with numerous small pieces like this, and what you need to do as you're working is to separate those into separate categories. For instance, separate the 20 gauge half hard gold filled square into one envelope and label it, and put all your scraps of that category in that. And you might separate twisted and untwisted, and do the same with the soft wire, and also do the same with each gauge, so you could end up with 5 or 6 envelopes. The reason for doing this is that you can use these scraps to make very nice chain, and so the result will be that there will be very little waste of your gold fill wire. The pieces that are left after you cut these into very small pieces like this, you can put in a box or an envelope or a plastic bag and send back to the refiner eventually when you get enough of it, and they'll either buy it from you or they will refine it and send you the gold, or they'll send you more gold wire depending on the refinery. But anytime you have a piece this size, it's more than about, say 1 1/4 inches long, you can make, as I say, a very nice chain. To do that, I use this specialized pair of flat nose pliers. They're heavy pliers, have broad jaws, and they're rectangular. And I experiment. I make 2 or 3 lengths, as you'll see in just a minute, at various widths up the plier until I get the right size I want. In this case, I've already experimented. I have a mark here, and for this larger wire, that's the size I want to make a chain link. To make the chain length, I move the wire into that reference line perpendicular to the jaws, and I set it in flush with the jaws. It's just, I can just barely feel it with the end of my finger. So to make the link, I bend this, I roll the plier toward me, and what I end up with is a U shape like that. Then I place this U-shaped piece at the same reference mark, with this just above the jaw. I can just see light through there. And I bend that in the same fashion, just bend it toward me. And I'll cut this, and the place I'm cutting it is when I begin to assemble this into lengths, I'm going to bend this part into this U-shaped area right here, and I want it to go in flush. So I cut it just shorter than where this length bends back, about like that. And to form the first part of the length, then I'll use my chain nose pliers at the back of the bend. And I bend it inside this wire. I lay it against my finger, and when I feel it, the end of this begin to push on my finger, I stop, and that's one length. I pick up another piece, and I do exactly the same thing. Put it in flush at the reference mark, bend it in a U shape toward me. Put this U shape with the short end toward the end of the jaw. Again at the reference mark, and again just so I can see daylight through here, and bend it like that, and that's my next link. Then I'll cut it. And we'll do 5 or 6 of these, and then I'll show you how to assemble it into a chain. Again, push it in right to the flush jaw of the plier. Turn this out again so I can just see daylight through it. Bend it. Cut it. Again, to the reference mark, flush with the jaw. Same reference mark so I can see light through that. Cut it. Cut it. I'll do 2 more, and then we'll begin to put this together. As you can see, you could assemble a 20-inch length chain pretty quick when you get the routine down. And I'll do one last one. Now, there are other really beautiful chains you can make with gold fill wire, but this uses a scrap. All right, now I've got all of these bent, and so what I'm going to do now is just finish the bend, pick them up, move that down right into the U, just inside this loop, and I'll do that with all of them. Note again that I'm grasping this with my chain nose clear back at the end of the loop, and I just bend it like that. And the last one. Okay, now here's the first one we made. So then I just take these and I pick these up one at a time, and I'm going to put this link through what I call the back of the wire, the back of the link. And again, I will bend this one like that. Okay, then I pick up the next one. And again, I put it through the back of the link. Just like that. Just like that. And bend that down. Pick up the next one. put it through the back of the link, and bend it down. Grab the next one, put it through the back of the link, and bend it down. Grab the next one, put it through the back of the link, and bend it down. So that's what we have. It takes roughly 60 or 70 pieces like that to make a very nice chain. You can do it pretty easily in an hour when you're accustomed to that. Okay, you can use smaller wire to make smaller chain. 24 gauge round half hard wire makes a very nice, smooth, delicate chain that's pretty strong. There's one other kind of chain you can make. It's a little simpler. For that, we'll just use an S-hook, and again, I use a reference line on, in this case, my round nose pliers. And I've done this before, so I'll just use those as reference marks. And what we do in this case is, again, we bring this wire just flush with the round nose, and I bring it around like that. I reposition that and slide it up as far as it'll go because now it's referenced. And I bring this around like this and across. Okay. Again, flush with the pliers at the reposition at the reference mark. Reposition it up as far as it'll go, which is right to the reference mark since you used that. And to the position where it. Third time, same routine. This wire is off kilter a little bit. It's very easy to correct. Okay, now then, just like we did before, we mash this flat. We've got a little bit of a loop to get through there so that we can get subsequent lengths through it. So we'll start there and we'll just pick up on this. Bring this in. And that should be lined up, which this one isn't. Okay, that one's not quite right. The reason is because the wire is not straight on. Anyway, there are two different things you can do. A variation on this one would be to go 90 degrees with it, which is very easy to do, just like I just did. And that gives you a little different effect. So there are two things you can do with short pieces of scrap wire. Our next project is the Bangle bracelet. It requires a minimum of 4 wires to do this bracelet. This is the 4-wire bracelet. And in this one, I've done 7 wires, and I've mixed gold and silver here. I'll do 5 wires on the sample project, and I will put silver wire in it just to give it contrast. The mixture of silver and gold is a nice look. The first step in this is to take the square soft wire, 21 gauge soft wire, 22. And we're going to twist the entire length. And to do that, I put the pen vise on one end, tighten the jaws very tightly, and make sure the wire's in the middle. On the other end, I grasp it with my flat nose pliers, clear at the back of the jaw so I can get quite a bit of pressure on it. Now this will work harden the wire. It'll be much stiffer after we get through. So what I do is, in my left hand, I lay the pen vise on my leg, and I hold the other end elevated a little bit off my leg, and I'm going to move both these forward at the same time, like in a motion like that. So put the pen vise down, and I just roll it against my Levi's, or against my leg. And I roll it until it looks uniform with a fairly tight twist. I don't count twists. Again, I just look at the wire, and when I get it about like I want it, I stop, and that's not too bad. Then I will cut my half-hard wire in 2 pieces. Observe that I don't cut the soft wire that I just twisted. And a quick way of doing that is just grab it here in the middle. It'll be close enough. And cut it in the middle. And I want to straighten this as much as I can. So I'll just use my thumb against the curvature of the wire and straighten it. You'll never get it completely straight, but you can get it much straighter. That's not too bad there. I'll cut this little curl off. And I'll do the same with the other one. For this bracelet, I'm going to mix a silver wire into the middle of it, just for contrast. And I'm going to twist that wire so it's more visible. On the introductory tape, I talked about the pen vise, the fact that it needed to be hollow so you could run wire through to twist short lengths of half-hard wire. So again, it's a half-hard, and we're only going to twist a couple of inches at a time. So I run that through, and I begin to twist. Then I'm going to move this wire Continue twist, and here I do need to go in the same direction. I don't have to have consistent twist, and then I back the pliers out to the end and I twist to take the flat spot out. Oops. That's what happens when you don't get it quite tight or don't get it in the center. Again, I'm twisting in the same direction every time. And the twists are not entirely the same. Some of them are a little tighter than others, but it'll never show on the finished bracelet, because you only see short parts of it at a time. And we just even everything out a little bit right at the end. Okay, so there we are. Okay, now we need to determine the overall length of the bracelet. And there's several ways to do it. One way that works pretty good for me is I take a piece of tape, and I want to put this tape, or whatever I'm using, and it helps to have help with this. I just put it flat against my skin, or your skin. In your case, I don't want it tight, I don't want it loose, I just want it to just rest on the top of the skin. Easier said than done. Here we are. As you can see, it's a little loose. It's not, but there are really no gaps. It's just flush with the skin. And now I can just take scissors or anything, and I'm going to cut it right there. This is my wrist measurement. To that measurement, I want my finished bracelet to be 3/4 of an inch longer than this. So to this measurement, which in my case is 6 3/4, I add 3/4 of an inch. So I want the finished flat bracelet to be 7 1/2 inches. That's 6 3/4 plus 3/4 of an inch, or 6 1/2. So you need to write that number down. The next step is that I take my long twisted soft wire. These will be the ends of, this is the end of that wire, and it will form the loop part of my catch. The other end is going to be the tongue part. And so I want I'm going to make the loop part first. I come down on this roughly 2 to 2.5 inches, and I put the 90-degree bend in. These loops are all made the same. If you recall, on the Egyptian earrings, we made them, they were very small, but the process is the same. So then I lay my pliers in in that angle, and I bring it around like that, and I reposition the top and bottom jaws, and I'll bring the wire on around like that. So now I have a loop, and the loop is the size of the back of my round nose pliers, right at the back of the pliers, because that's the biggest part of the plier. Now I take my chain nose pliers, hold it right where the two wires cross, and bend this back down. So that's what we have. And again, what I just formed was the loop end of the catch. This. Now then, I measured, I'll take my wrist measurement plus the 3/4 of an inch, and I'll come down to that point with the flat nose pliers, in other words 7.5 inches. Let's see if I can show that a little better. I'm right at 7.5 inches with the jaw of my flat nose pliers. And I'm going to bring that back to meet the wire that we just turned over. In other words, here's the loop, there's the wire that I turned back. Now then, I want to measure 1/2 inch down from the loop, and I'm going to cut the short wire that I brought around. In other words, on my scale, it's 16/32 of an inch, or 1/2 inch. So that's what I have now. Again, this from here to here is 1/2 inch. I'm going to cut the wire that I folded to bring back to it. I'm going to cut it exactly where this one ends. And I do that by just sliding the flush cutter up until it touches that or butts against that wire and cut. Now then, as I hold my two wires together, you can see they meet very closely. They meet perfectly, actually. And as I scoot it in, it meets perfectly. I'm going to include an additional silver wire on this bracelet. Just to give it a little bit of a contrast. And again, as I say, it's kind of a nice look. Just bring it up here somewhere, and it will lay in the center. Okay, now then, I'm going to take each of the two remaining outside wires. These are the half hard gold filled square wires, and I'm going to form a very small loop just like I did when we were making the rosettes on the Egyptian earrings, and I'm just going to bring it around till it meets itself, just like that. And again, I made this right out on the end of my round nose pliers, just like that. I did it by bending, just short bends and backing up, taking a bite, bending a little more till it came around and met itself. And I'm going to do the same thing with the other wire. Again, I'm just taking very small bites, backing up, taking a little bit more, bringing it around, and the goal is to make these the same size, and they're fairly close. Next, I will align these wires and tape them into place. And I'll bring these two outer half-hard wires right up to the loop. Just like that. And then I'll attempt to pick the whole thing up and keep it lined up. Although it's not absolutely critical, we can do some adjustment on it, but makes it nice if you can keep everything all together. Again, I'm going to come down part of the way, and I'm going to tape it flat. That is, the tape lays flat across the wire like that. And I'm going to tape it toward the bottom, or the other end. Just somewhere near the bottom. Again, tape it flat. Okay. This is what I have at this point. This is the what the bracelet's going to look like flat. Now I'm going to take about 8 inches of my half-round wrap wire, and I'll start wrapping at this catch end. And as always, I grab this half-round wrap wire with the flat side toward me. That's the inside of the wrap with roughly 3/4 of an inch out there, and I'll offset it to my left. I line all of these wires up and hook the wrap wire around there, and I'll make the first wrap, as always, with my fingers. I leave this little bit of a tail on it. I may need to make an adjustment right at the end. So there's my first wrap. Everything is flat and in alignment. And then I'll continue my wraps. Just as always, as I bring this wrap wire over, I offset it back toward the previous wrap, grab it part way across the bundle, and mash flat. And I don't know how many wraps I'm going to need. I don't know what the total length of my wrap wire should be when I start. So I just I make sure I've got enough. I put a little extra on. The objective here is to wrap until it's below where the two ends of the soft wire butt up, and go at least 1/8 of an inch beyond that. So we know we want to make this, the length of this entire wrap at least 5/8 of an inch long. Okay. Now look at my other end and see if I need to make any adjustments, like maybe add one more wrap or and I think that's pretty good. So I will cut these then, as before, just about 1/3 of the way across the flat, or the width of the bracelet, because these little ends that are shorter are stronger and a little harder to bend. Now up here I've got this silver wire just beyond the, so I'm just going to bend it back and okay. So that's our first end. This will become the outside of the bracelet because I clip my ends on the inside. Sometimes it's really obvious, but not always. So you just need to determine at this point which is inside and which is outside. Next, I'm going to put the wraps on the other end. I'm going to retape this because I got this tape just a little bit too close to that end. And again, I'll just tape it flat. I think I will. I'm going to cut this center wire off a little bit just to get it out of the way. I'll cut it twice. I'll cut it now so that it'll fall inside the tongue and it'll be out of the way there. Then I'm going to start my next wraps 1/2 inch from the end of the tongue here. I'm going to come back here 1/2 inch and wrap again the same number of wraps back toward the center of the bracelet. And just to remind you, what I'm using to mark these wires is a Sharpie. It's available at any office supply store. It marks well on the wire, and it's easily removed with denatured alcohol or any solvent like acetone or mineral spirits or whatever. Okay, again, I'm going to cut 8 inches of wrap wire. Or somewhere in the ballpark. It's always better to have a little too much than not enough. So if you get an extra 1/2 inch, it won't hurt anything. Again, I'm offsetting it and bending it back to my left, and be sure that the flat side is on the inside by moving it in the light and observing the flash of light as you move it. If you get it on the other side, you don't get that flash. You can also easily see the flat side if you're using real strong magnifiers. All right, now I'm going to start my wrap here. Again, the first one with my finger. And I'm just adjusting that. Then I'll start using my flat nose to make the wraps. When you get a good start on this, then you can come back and you can take this other piece of tape off. It's kind of in the way as you get close to it in your wrapping. And probably the best way on this is just to cut it right adjacent to the wire. Don't force this. Some of this tape is so strong that it will distort your wire if you work at it too hard. And I'll wrap again. There's two ways to do it. You can either count the number of wraps, so I could make an equal number of wraps, or you can measure it with a precise ruler and make sure you use either the inside or outside. And this is just over 5/8 of an inch, which is what I wanted. So I'll wrap here till I get 5/8 of an inch. Okay, so there we go. We've got an equal number of wraps on each end. Now then, I'm going to take each of these outside wires, and they are the same opposite ends of these same wires that we made the loops on down here. So we're going to make loops like that on this end as well. So I'll start, I'm going to cut these off, a quarter of an inch or maybe even a little more. And again, with the round nose pliers, I'm going to start right at the end, and I'm going to start rolling down. I have a little more wire than I think I need to make these loops. But by having extra wire, I can adjust that. As you can see, I'm not quite down to where I want to be, so I'll cut a little wire off here. I'm making a circle, so the circle takes 3 times as much wire as if I were, as the size of the circle. And that worked out pretty good. That's just about where I want it. I do want it flat. And I'll do the same with the other side. Again, right out on the end. Just making it taking small bites. And that's not quite the same, so if I just take just a little piece off the end, I can control where these two end up. And so there they are. They're about in the same place. Maybe one's just a little bit larger than the other one, and I just want such a small adjustment there. Okay, that's about where I want them. And again, I have this piece of silver in the center, so again, I'm going to bring that over on the inside of the ring. I mean the bracelet. And I'll cut it right there. That also helps lock these wrap wires in so they won't come apart. Okay. All right. Now this is where what we have now. I'm going to go ahead and take the tape off. This is my bracelet. If you were to measure it, it would be the 7.5 inch length that we desired, most perfectly. And this is the outside of the bracelet, determined by where we cut the wraps. Now then, we want to add these two wraps. It serves a couple of purposes. It's decorative. It also holds these wires well in alignment, and always will. If for some reason you have wires that are spreading out like this, you can adjust that somewhat by moving it to the sides and straightening it, moving it to the sides and straighten it, and they will come together. But the wrap wires that we're going to put on now will hold that forever. And we only need a couple of inches of wrap wire now. We just do about 4 or 5 wraps. As always, I start, and I'll set this to my left. Same with both wires, both wrap wires. Okay. There are two ways to approach this. One is to measure between the wraps and divide that by 3 and space them a third of the way. What I would normally do, and probably recommend for a better result, would be to find the center of the bracelet between the wraps, mark that, and then come 1 inch either side, start the wrap at that point, then wrap toward the center. So that's the way we'll do it. So I measured the distance between the wraps. In this case, it's 5 3/8. So half of 5 3/8 is 2 11/16. Which is it's very, very close to 2 3/4, just one. So that's the center. Then I will measure from that center point 1 inch either way. Okay. So as I said, I will start the wrap at that point, and I'll wrap from this point toward the center, about 4 to 5 wraps. Again, we do the first one with your fingers, and we want that straight across because they're quite visible. Looking at the wrong side. The purpose of the offset is to allow the wraps on the outside of the piece to be straight across. Again, I have this hump that I talked about before. This is just a little higher, so I'll back off 1/4 of a turn. Again, put pressure on it, pull it down tight, and wrap it. And then this one I don't need because I have 5 wraps. Okay, there we are. And we'll do the same on the other side. Move that to our 1-inch mark. Just tweaking my other wrap here. And 5 again, we've got the hump, so I'll take that out. And there are okay, there's our bracelet. Now then, we're going to form it into a bracelet, and there are several ways to do it. Some people use a bracelet mandrel, but frankly, it only gives you a rough shape, and you'll have to shape it by hand after you use the bracelet mandrel. I use another method, and that is I just take my ring mandrel, and you can use any thing that's roughly 1 inch in diameter, but I always have the ring mandrel with me. This is a 1-inch steel round shape. You could equally well use a piece of dowel rod, 1 inch or 1 1/4 inch in diameter, or medicine bottle, or just about anything that's round. And so I'll start here. This is again the inside because that's where I cut all of my wires. And I just start at one end. And this is kind of awkward to show, I guess. And I take just small bites, just like I do when I am making a loop with the pliers. And I start right out on the end, and I just take a bite. And I want to maintain symmetry. So I work from end to end. And where I don't want so much curvature, I take bigger bites. Again, as I said, I constantly check for symmetry. Through the middle here, I don't want, the rest, natural curvature is not as pronounced as it is underneath. Actually, this is not too bad. Now, one thing you can do is to draw ellipses or ovals on a piece of paper or a piece of cardboard and draw perfect, and then use those to gauge your bracelet by to make sure you've got good symmetry. Now look at this, and I don't have as much curvature through here as I do on this one, so I'm going to straighten this one out on here a little bit, And I had a little more over here than I do over here, so I'll adjust it here. Now, it turns out that all wrists are shaped a little differently, and so the ultimate test is to test it on the person that's going to wear it and shape it accordingly. If you get little straight or little humps in it like this, they're very easy to take out. You lay your flat nose pliers across those humps diagonally, kind of a steep diagonal, and just apply a little pressure and it takes them right out. It's easier, of course, not to get those in there. And the way you do that is by taking smaller bites, and when you're making the thing round, and more bites, more frequently. Constantly checking. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and make the catch now, and you would try it on the person that was going to wear it by you just roll it over like that. You start on the edge of the wrist and just roll it on. You ladies know how to do that a lot better than I do. Okay. Start to make the tongue end of the catch by just using my round nose pliers like that. And on this end, I'm going to put the outer end like that. And on this catch end, I'm going to bend this out like that. I bend it back out. I don't know if it's too apparent on the video. And what we're trying to accomplish is to get an arrangement where you can just close it with one hand, just like that. That's pretty much what we want, and that's about where we are. There can be a little adjustment in this. Ring, and you can make a big difference by making this just a little bit longer or a little bit shorter as to how well how tight it's going to fit. And as I say, just a little bit makes a big difference in how it fits. I'm just tweaking a little bit. But anyway, that's the bracelet. I would clean this off with denatured alcohol. Again, polish it, and I think the silver adds an additional design element that's kind of nice and probably makes it so you can wear it with different kinds of outfits. You can fool around a long time adjusting it, but you shouldn't have to, really. But we do want it to be smooth. There. So the only thing left to do is deburr, polish, and clean. So that's our bracelet. The next project we're going to do is a hardwire wrap pendant, and we're going to wrap this stone. It's a piece of dichroic glass using hard wire and what's known in wire wrapping circles as a border wrap. Here's another one that we've done, and the one we are going to do today is similar to this, although I'm going to put a rabbit ear bail on it. In a future project, I'll demonstrate how to make this wrap bail. This is a very flexible design. As you can see, this is a cabochon. This is a biwa pearl, and it's just a slight variation on the same design. And this is a faceted stone. Again, the same process. Here I've added a little filigree work, but it's a little different and a little more precise. So we'll address this as a separate project later in the tapes. When we're going to wrap a stone, the first thing we need to do is determine how much wire we're going to need to do that wrap. So what I do is I've got a rough design in mind, again, something like this. And as you can see, I've wrapped a continuous wrap across the bottom. Then I have a bezel, wires coming up the side, wires on the back to hold the stone in place. And then I bring it together at the top, and then we have a bail. So I start by using what I teasingly call a magic wire with my students. And the purpose of the magic wire is to form a very rough design. So I lay it down around my stone, and I mark where I'm going to wrap. This is just for rough reference. I'm going to wrap the wire from here over to about here on the stone. I can mark the stone and the wire. So I marked it in two places here. Then I'm going to braid it up, and I'm going to leave about a quarter of an inch of clearance at the top. It's just the way I like to do the design. You can bring it right together, although it's a little more problematic to get it. And then I'll mark this wire where it crosses. And then I'm going to add 2 inches to each side for the bail. So I'll add 2 inches here and 2 inches here. Okay. Now I can take this wire and straighten it, and it gives me reference marks. The total length of the wire is the distance between the 2 outer marks. In this case, it's right at 8 inches. I can also measure this dimension between the 2 close wires at the bottom, and that's going to be the distance that I wrap across the bottom of the stone. So that when I start wrapping the flat bundle, I'll know that I have to measure to wrap that distance, which is almost 7/8 of an inch. It's in the ballpark, and we'll refine it as we're doing the wrapping. So the second thing I need to know is how many wires am I going to need that are 8 inches long. To do that, I take pieces of scrap wire, and I'll have to make some scrap here, and I'll cut 4 or 5 pieces. And with the stone laying on its flat side, I'll stack these 4 wires up and compare them. And that's about right. What I want to do is bring the wraps up to on the stone so that it will go over the curvature of the stone. If I have a real flat side, I might have to go another wire. And I bring it up to where I want it to be, and And I subtract 1 stone because I want the wires, when I set the stone, to create a tension on the top of the stone to hold it in place. You'll see that a little later. I know that for a stone this size and this shape with this kind of edge, I need 4 wires. But and you'll get a feel for how many you need as you do your projects. So now I know I need 4 wires 8 inches long, or for a total of 32 inches. So I'll cut my wire, and for this I use a tape measure. So I've got just a little more than 32 inches there. Okay. Now I can put the tape away. I cut my first wire using progressive cutting techniques, as I mentioned earlier, and I cut it about 8 inches long. Again, and emphasizing the progressive cutting, I move that wire up from the same end I cut it on, and I move it right along the coil of wire. These don't have to be exact, they just need to be within 1/4 of an inch or so. And again, by using the progressive cutting techniques, when I line them up and look at them in the light and move them in the light, they appear to be very consistent across the wire bundle, the bundle of primary wires. Again, let me mention that the primary wires are the main structural wires of the project, as opposed to the wrap wires, which hold the primary wires together. And again, using painter's tape, I tape them about 1/4 to 1/2 inch from one end, and I tape them flat. Tape the wires flat, just like that. I'm just straightening them a little bit. Okay. Next, I cut my wrap wires, and for this project, I'm not quite sure how long the wire the wrap wire that I'm going to use that goes from here to here is. So I'll cut about 15 or so inches. It's not so critical that this line up like the primary wires do. And I'll start my wraps. As always, I grasp the wire, the half-round wrap wire with the flat side toward me, and you can double check that by moving this wire in the light. As you move it, you'll get a reflection, a flat reflection. If you have the round side out and you move it, you don't get that reflection. If you want to double check, look at it under high magnification. You can tell which is the flat and which is the round side. So I'll start this you would prefer a better reference, you could mark the center of the length of this wire. And again, I wrap the first one with my hand and squeeze it flat. And I'll start and put just 2 or 3 wraps on this. I'm doing the same thing I do on all wraps, and that is, as I wrap, I offset the wrap to my left, or right as the case may be, but normally to the left. And as I squeeze it down, it overlaps the previous wrap wire, and when I squeeze it, it'll fall right into place. It gives you very nice, tight wraps. You'll observe that for the wrapping, I'm holding the bundle of wires, that is the primary wires with the wrap wire with the flat nose pliers, not completely across the primary wires. Because if I go too far with the pliers, then I'll wrap around the end of the pliers, and I don't want that. So I just go part way across, maybe 2/3 of the way across the flat primary wire bundle. And as I push that over, I offset it slightly to my left as I'm looking at it and squeeze it. That gives you very tight wraps. At this point, it would be good to check to be sure this is somewhere near the center. And I'm pretty close. If you need to adjust it, you can again grasp the wires on either side of the wrap wires and just move your pliers side to side and adjust it slightly. Okay. I actually want this offset a little bit because I need to compensate for this length. It would be more critical on a larger stone. So I'll just continue my wraps, and I know from using my magic wire that I need to wrap that distance on the magic wire. And again, we decided it was a little under about 3/4 of an inch. All right, now when I get it wrapped to the approximate length that I initially measured, I can begin to look at it with respect to my stone. And in this case, I can see that I'm not quite there. I need just a couple more wraps. And I think we're pretty close. So now then, I'm going to do a trial fit directly on the stone. And to do that, I want to straighten these wires just a little bit more. Keep them as straight as you can. I'm going to shape this curvature to the shape of the bottom of the stone. Now here I'm going to use some specialized pliers. These are called ring bending pliers. You can use round nose pliers or what I call combination pliers. They're half, one jaw is round and the other jaw is flat. And what we're going to do is we'll take this, just showing you an example, and we'll just begin to shape it. Till it very, very closely, and if you need a large curvature, you take bigger bites and move back a little bit more. If you need a small curvature, you work closer to the end and make a tighter bend like that. In this case, we're working with a larger stone, so you can get very exact with this. And this is what we want. We want something that fits about like that between the two marks I made on the stone. I hope you can see those marks. I'll bring them up a little bit higher. So when I get where I need to be, I'll take my flush cutters and cut it. Now this is almost an exact fit and length of what I want. So then I'll straighten this wire, take the curvature out of it. This becomes a pattern wire. I'll then measure that against my wrap wire, and I'm just a little short. I still need a couple more wraps, so we'll finish it off here. Wow. That's close enough. So I'm going to cut these this wire off, and I leave just a little. If I need to make another wrap on either end, well, I will. But if you recall, we started this wrap with 15 inches of wrap wire, and we've used most of it. We've got about 4 or 5 inches left there, but you cut it long. You can always go back and you'll use these pieces later, the extra wire, but you don't want to cut it too short because you want to complete your wraps. Okay, now with my round nose or my ring bending pliers, I'm going to shape this so that I get a good tight fit on the stone. It's just a gentle curve. I'm just nibbling away. As I get to this end, as you can see, the curvature increases. So gonna tweak this straight. And that's a pretty good fit. By that I mean, when I lay the stone in there, it very closely follows the contour of the bottom of the stone. There's not much of a light gap there. And the wires are where the wrap length is what I want, so I'll back this off now and cut the wires, the wrap wires, roughly a third of the way across the primary wrap bundle. And mash those flat. Okay. Now that I've got the curvature I want, and what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to bring these primary wires, shape them around the stone. We may have to come back and refine this a little later. I'm just using my fingers to get a good fit around the stone. I use an assortment of pliers to get that done. Sorry. And as that's about the kind of fit I want at this point. As you can see, it's pretty close down here. Now that I'm going to bring each of the 4 primary wires up together, and as I bring them in, recall that I want this dimension in here to be a quarter. I want them to cross 1/4 of an inch above the wire, so above the stone. So I'll just squeeze them together, and I can do one of two things here. These are pretty stiff wires because they're big wires. I can mark that point on both wires, or alternatively I could just cross them where I want to go there. I'll do it both ways. And straighten one side, and then I would bring the other side to where I bent the first side, the first primary wires, just bring them together. And this is fairly critical. And then bend that one back. Okay. As you can see, they come together at the same point, and that's what I want. And I'll just trial fit this. I know that this won't fit in it because the wires are so large and they have so much spring. If I force them, why they'll come apart. But that's what I want. I've got about a little more than 1/4 of an inch up here. When I put the stone in, it's going to fit like that. So that's exactly what I want there. And I'm straightening these wires out. All right. Now then, I can take the extra wrap wire I had left, and I'm going to make a sacrificial wire. In other words, I'm going to put this around both of these wires at once, and it's This wire is temporary just to get everything aligned. And when I get it suitably aligned and get the bail formed and start the final wrap wire, then I will cut this wire off. But so when I've bent this wire, I've moved it up my flat nose pliers so I get a wider width here, roughly equal to the width of these two, each of the two primary wires together. And then I hook that across the wires like that. And again, make sure they're aligned both front to back and alongside each other. I'm putting just a couple of loops around it. Mesh it with my flat nose. And if you can see, as you look at it from the side view, there's 4 wires on each side you don't see. In other words, they're perfectly aligned. If you see more than 4 wires, they're not. So you have to manipulate this to get the 4 wires lined up side by side and front to back. I guess this would be front to back. This would be side by side. So when I get that in place, I'll go ahead and I'll put like 3 or 4 wrap wires because I want it to maintain that alignment. Again, this is going to be a temporary wire, a temporary wrap, and we'll be cutting it off later. So this is what we have. And you can see the stone has got it's got a little spring tension on it now, so we'll have to and that's what we want. We want a good tight fit. When we put it in, we'll take advantage of that spring tension. Okay, we can go ahead and take our tape off. And the reason you only use the last 1/4 of an inch or so, I mean just of the primary wire to tape it, you can just pull it right off. If you tape it down in here and you try to take it off, frequently you'll bend the wires. Okay, I want all these lined up. At this point, we've already determined which is the front of our stone, and that is determined because we've made the wrap wire fit the base of the stone, the bottom of the stone. So this is the front of the pendant. Now what we're going to do is we're going to begin to form the bail. And I'm going to pull each of the wires out on the back, each of the back 2 primary wires out, and separate them from the rest of these wires. These 2 wires are going to be used to form the bail. So what I do is I use some round objects. I can use my pen vise, this little 1/4 inch end of the pen vise. I can use my round nose pliers near the back of the pliers where it's the largest. I could even use a wooden dowel if I had one, but I don't. So what we do is begin to roll this down to form the bail. And I manipulate these wires to the height I want. So when I look at it from the front, you know, I'm trying to get an idea of how high the finished bale is going to stick up beyond not only the top of the stone, but beyond my wraps that I'm going to put on in a few minutes. So I want these a little bit shorter, so I just undo it and I grab it a little bit further down on the wire. Since this is a large stone, I'd say something about like that. So that's where we are right now. I cut this off to get it out of the way. Okay. Now with the flat nose pliers, I'm going to offset this to the back like that. And the purpose of this is that I'm going to use that, and I'll cut this off. I'll cut these two wires even. I'm going to use these two wires as kind of a handle to push this like this, and that will help me wrap it. I'm going to move the temporary sacrificial wire on that I put in before to hold everything in alignment, and I'm just going to slide it up and get it out of the way. By sliding it up, it still holds everything together. It's clear of where I'm going to put the permanent wrap for the bale. So now I'll take another piece of wrap wire, roughly 3 inches long, 3.5. Again, this is going to have to go around this width, so as I did before, I'll move it back further on the flat nose pliers so I get a wider width across here. And I push these two wires in, the bale wires, and I make my first wrap by hand. And I wrap it just like any other wrap. When I get a couple of wraps on it, I can go ahead and cut the sacrificial wrap off, and the easiest way to get it off is just to cut, very carefully cut. You don't want to cut any of the primary wires, but just very carefully cut the temporary sacrificial binding wire off. Any way you can. Okay, that's what we have now. Then we'll continue wrapping up the bale. Observe that we started right here where the two wires come together, and we're wrapping up toward the bale. Okay, I've got a little bit of a hump down here, so I'm just going to back this off, and I can correct that by pushing out on the piece of jewelry and pulling with my flat nose pliers and just wrapping it down. So there we are. One comment I'd like to make at this time is that I could have twisted these two wires, and when I'm using a smaller, for instance, a 22 gauge wire, they're not as strong as this 21 or 20 gauge wire, and I do twist them because it it work hardens the wire and makes them a little stronger. But it's optional. Okay, so that's what we have, and now I will just come in and I'm going to grab the tail of these the ends of these two bail wires, and just bend them back up like that. And I'll cut these about, cut them just under where they're going to meet the bail, the bottom of the bail. And just bring them in. By doing that, I lock both the bottom and the top bail wire, or bail wrap wire in place, and it will never ever come apart. So now I can cut that one right there, and I can cut the bottom one right where it comes. So there we are. Okay, now then, it's time to go ahead and put the stone in. And we know it's going to be a tight fit because these are heavy wires, and it fits tightly. So I might just bring each side out a little bit. Till it goes in fairly easily. And I think we're there. That's exactly what we want. I don't know if you can see or not, but it's a fairly tight fit. There's not much light around the perimeter of the stone, and it's going to be just right, actually. I do need to adjust it a little bit down here if there is a bit of light through there, but we can do that a little later. Okay, this now is the back of the piece, back where the bails are. The first thing we're going to do when we set the stone is prepare a flat surface for the stone to rest against. To do that, we take the back two wires and we separate them. And again, we're using a very thin-bladed pocket knife in this case, but an inexpensive paring knife that you buy at a grocery store is equally satisfactory. And I raise these, and so I have them separated just slightly. All right, I've separated the two wires, and now I'm going to make those wires flat so so that the stone, again, the flat side of the back of the stone will have a place to rest. And so I take each of the two sides and observe that I'm using a little wider pair of flat nose now, and I turn those in like that. I'll do the other one the same way. Since this stone is not truly symmetrical, they're not necessarily going to be the same back here, but make them as symmetrical as you can, something like that. All right, now then, tell you what, before I do this, I'm going to adjust this curvature just slightly. All right, now then I just press this in this case force it in, because the wires fit so tight around the sides. And there we are. So we've got a pretty good fit down here. I need to adjust it just a little, and I can do that by taking I'm going to pull this out and work on it just a little more. This is going to be a better fit. Okay, there we are. Just one more adjustment. What I'm doing is just making this a little rounder and eliminating the trying to eliminate the light at the bottom of the stone. It's not too bad. All right, now what we do, we've got the stone held in place. We separate the front wire. And just like we did on the back, bend it up. Don't cut. And again with the flat nose pliers, we just move the pliers right down to the wraps. Begin to bring it in. By using the right width of flat nose pliers and coming right to the wraps, we get a very equal bend here on the and since the stone is not symmetrical, the bends aren't going to be entirely symmetrical, but you should try to make them look pretty much the same. Okay, now the stone's in place and very secure. The remaining project now is to separate these two wires, these two side wires, 3 side wires on each. And sometimes this is not quite as easy as you would think it would be. And our bale's a little uneven, so all we have to do to straighten it is just to put the flat nose pliers in. So all I'm going to do on this particular piece is I'm just going to bring these wires down each side. And I'm going to cut them off. And I'm going to cut what I desire to do is just bring them to the bottom of the wraps like I have on this one. Just right to the bottom of these wraps. Initially I'm going to cut them long. And because I don't, I can't judge at this point how far down they're going to have to be. And I'll bring them down as a group as I get closer and closer to the wraps. I can begin to see how much I'm going to have to cut those. Bring them in right to the sides of the piece. Look at one. Bring the ones on the other side down. And I want to make them the same length, so I'll cut these the same length as that. Just to be sure I don't overcut it, I might leave them just slightly long so I can adjust it as I get them in if I'm actually, they're pretty close. Okay, that's fairly good. Now I'll even these up. And we're essentially done. I'll spread these two bale wires, and that's our pendant. Very plain, but nice, I think. now you would want to deburr and polish this, and again we use the same process with the rubberized abrasive followed by the polishing compound. That's our pendant. The next project we're going to do is what I call Egyptian earrings. They're known by several names: Victorian earrings, Egyptian earrings, others. There's some possibility for design variations on this, and I'm going to go over those. Initially I'll do one earring, and then I will do one pendant version of the earring. Of course, you would normally make two earrings. One of the variations is these are earrings mounted on post, and I have Austrian crystals. Little green color is very nice. Another variation is this, where we're using French ear wires and glass beads. The third variation is a pendant, and on this we use two more beads, makes it a little larger piece. Attach a articulating piece at the bottom and put a bail on it. I'll show you this wrap bail, which can be applied to any pendant. You can use just about any kind of a bead, and what I recommend is a bead roughly 4 millimeters in diameter. All of these beads are in that range. These are all glass beads. You can use pearls, but be aware that if you use small pearls, you'll almost assuredly have to drill them, because the holes that they string pearls on are very small. So these beads run $4 to $8 depending on where you buy them. As I say, these are glass beads. You can also use Austrian crystal beads like this. These are glass beads also, although they look like pearls. So there are a lot of different possibilities with this earring. It's very popular right now, and it makes a very nice and elegant piece. The wire for this project, again, the primary wires, I use 22 gauge soft square gold filled, and we cut the primary wires 7 pieces, each 3 inches long, and we use progressive cutting techniques. I've started to cut those wires, and this is for the earring. And for the earring, we cut 7 wires. Again, with the progressive cutting technique, I just start at one end of the wire, keep moving in the same direction, using the first wire as a guide. Very important that you count your wires and have 7. And I have 7 there. Once I get the wires cut and assembled in a bundle, I check to make sure that they all line up. Again, taping the bundle flat in the last 1/4 to a 1/2 inch. So this is what I have. And there's the tape. Again, we do it this way so we can just pull this off the end when we get through. You'll need about 2.5 or 3 inches for each earring, and about 3.5 inches or so for the. And a good safe procedure is to mark the center of this bundle of the primary wires. So they're 3 inches long. Straighten them out here a little bit. So And just put just a mark. That's all you need. Just a little mark in the middle, like that. And with the flat nose pliers right out on the end, again, I'll bend this back and offset it to my left as I look at it, just like that. And again, I'll hook it this way, and then I'm going to make 5 wraps toward the end of the bracelet, or the end of the earring, and it's taped in. It's going to be the top of the earring. Just a review of the wrapping procedure. The first wrap I put on and wrap without the use of the pliers, and I grab the bundle with the pliers, and as I wrap, I offset this wire as I bring it over to fall over the previous wire, and then as I use my flat nose pliers to put it in place, it just snaps right in next to that previous wire. So you get very adept at this very quickly. Okay, there's 5 wraps. Now, frequently when you make the first wrap, you get a hump, just a hump in it that sticks up higher than the subsequent wraps. To get rid of that hump, you take this, and this is the reason I leave this short end over here that sticks out beyond the primary wires. I grab that short end, that's the first of my first wrap. I unwrap this a quarter of a turn, and then I pull on the short wire and I push on the primary bundles, create tension on the wire, and re-wrap it. And now, as you can see, the wrap, that little hump on the wrap is gone. So there we are. Okay. I'll back it off. And I cut it roughly 1/3 of the way across the flat wires. Again, that makes a little stronger wrap, and I need to put another wrap on here. Okay. And here we are. Now I take my knife. Again, it's required to have a very thin back on the knife, on the blade. Spine, I guess they call it. We're going to spread these wires out a little bit. We're going to make them look like a garden rake. So I bring the knife, as I face the front of the earring, I bring it down and I offset that roughly 45 degrees. And offset that one 45 degrees. I come to the next one and do the same with it. Next one on the other side, make them somewhat the same, and finally the last two. So I have, this is what I have now. It does look a little bit like a garden rake. Observe that I leave the center wire, which is the 7th wire of this 7-wire bundle, or the center wire of the 7, it remains straight. I'm going to use a little bit larger bead because I think it'll be easier to see on the tape. So these beads are available at just about any bead shop in a variety of colors. So we start now that we have our primary bundle, primary wires in a bundle, and we bring the first bead down close to the wrap wires. And I do the same on the other side. Just to note, as you're looking for beads, the primary consideration is that the beads have holes large enough for this 22 gauge square wire to go through. You might even take a small piece with you when you're shopping and compare the hole to the wire to be sure that the beads will work. Slide the first two beads down, and I want to maintain, as I say, symmetry. They should be directly across from one another. I'll bring the second bead down just on top of the first bead. On both sides. The first two beads go on differently than the last ones. On the first two, we put two beads on before we tie them into place. All right, so this is what I have. Now then, I'm looking at the front of the earring. This will be the part that's visible as it's on the ear. Now I bring the first outside wire up between the two subsequent wires, and I bring it around like that. Then I go to the other side of the earring and I bring this wire through between those two wires. We want this over here. This is the reason we use soft wire on this project. It's hard wire will not work. Okay, so we have our first two beads. And now I'll bring these on around and I'll cut them as they meet themselves. And I'll use my chain nose pliers to line those two wires up. Just bring them down on themselves and close like that. Just force this down. And close. So this is what I have now. Then these are the wires to the side. And I just bring them around on themselves and I say yes, and close them. Okay. Now we bring the next two wires, or next two beads, down on the wires that are adjacent to the center wire. These holes are a little tight, but they work. And I want to overlap. I want the bead to overlap like the first one did, just comes adjacent to the top if you manipulate this wire so that they do fit that way. And as I said in the introductory tape, I recommend you wear magnification. Makes it easier to see those tiny holes. Okay, again, I want these two wires, these two beads even, level even. And I'll bring the next outside wire around just as I did before on each side. Again, I'm bringing it from the front through to the back and around to the front again. Just bring it on around. Okay, and then we'll recheck. We want to be sure that they're symmetrical again. With the soft wire, you can manipulate these a little bit and just to keep them looking correct. All right, now we'll slide the seventh bead on the center wire. If I can get it. Occasionally you may have to use a little bead reamer to clear these holes out a little bit. And we want them to overlap the same as the other beads have. Now we bring each of the remaining outside wires around. A little bit short. These are longer beads, and so normally you'll have more wire than what we've ended up with here. And we'll bring the last remaining outside wire around. Bring it around and then cut. Bring this one around and cut. Squeeze it back on itself. And the same with this one. I need to cut that just a little bit. This is where really good, sharp flush cutters come in handy. Okay. All right, so that's the bead part of the earring. We're going to add an articulating addition down here with another bead or some gold beads or something that would complement the design. To make this I'm going to form a loop down here. Like this. And observe that the loop, as you look at it straight on, you just see a piece of wire. And the other loop we'll put in the piece that we're going to add to it, and it will be in the opposite direction. So To make that loop, I bend this extended center wire directly out toward me, like that. And one thing you can do to make this easier to work on, since we haven't tied these wires in except through the center, you can pull the center wire down, and it makes it a little easier to work on. Then when we get through with the loop, we can pull it back through. So I've bent this extended center wire toward me 90 degrees. And now then I grab it right at the end of my round nose pliers. And I put the round nose pliers right in the bend. Push this wire around like this. And then I'll come beyond. It's hard to do with your fingers when it's this short, but since it's soft wire, it's fairly easy to manipulate. And then I'll cut this right where these two wires cut on the inside of that loop. Make sure you just cut the loop part of the wire, not the extended part. Then I can mash these flat and close it up. Now then I can push this wire back through, or I could go to the other end and grab it, pull it back through, and I'll probably do that. Pushing is a little harder than pulling. Okay, now we're going to take the tape off the other end, and again, the reason that we wrapped it like this is so that we could just pull on it like this, and it will come right off, hypothetically. And observe that we still have this wire extended a little bit, and I'm going to leave it that way until we get this next part on. I'm going to add another bead down here to so we can get some movement, and it'll be something like this. In this case, I'm going to use two small gold beads, and I'm going to use another bead like this. You could use a contrasting crystal or additional gold beads or whatever. And I'm going to place this bead between two small gold fill beads. All of these beads and fittings are available from your local bead shop or by mail order. And boy, is that hole hard to find. There it is. To attach this, I use a beater's head pin. As you can see, it looks a little bit like a small pin with a head on it. And again, you can find this at your local bead shop. And all of these components are gold filled. So that's what I have, and then the problem with finding the hole is that there's a reflection in it under the lights. And okay, so I've just strung these on. In this case, you can use a much smaller bead because this is much finer. So again, to make this loop, and I'm going to make it just like I made the last one, I'll take a very small chain nose pliers, the ones I always use, and I slide right down to that bead, and just as before, I bend it 90 degrees, like that. Okay, then again with the round nose pliers, I take those right to that bend, that 90-degree bend right where I bent it. And again, I push this over with my finger, about like that. And I reposition the pliers and put the other nose in. Then I bring this wire by hand, like that. So that's what I have now. And with the flush cutters, I'll cut the loop right where it crosses. Right where it crosses the other wire. Right there. Okay. Now then, this is offset, so I'll straighten this out a little. And I'll hook it through the other wire like that. This is pretty fine wire here, so maybe a little bit difficult to see. I'll just bring this in like that to close it. So there it is. Okay. So this is what we have up to this point. Now then, I'm going to pull the center wire. I'll separate these just slightly on the top. 3 wires on each side and leave the center wire straight. And I can pull that back up through adjacent to. Just pull it up until it's tight on the bottom. Okay. Now then, we're going to form rosettes. And these are rosettes. We have 3 wires on each side, so we'll have 3 rosettes on each side. Center wire we'll later make our loop and attach the ear wire to it. To make a rosette, on this particular project, I measure up 3/4 of an inch from the top of the wraps. And I want to mark the 2 outer wires. And I'm going to separate those 2 outer wires on each side. Like that. And I'm going to cut them. I want to cut these even. Across. If they're not quite even, make an adjustment and try to make them very even. So there we are. About like that. Now to make the rosettes, I have a special pair of pliers. I start the rosette with very small loops right at the end of my round nose pliers. And I'm just going to make the first part of the loop. Make them very small. Just like that. I'm going to do the same on both sides. Again, I come right out to the end of the pliers, round nose pliers. And very important that this this beginning be symmetrical, I can maybe make this a little bit tighter here. Otherwise, they just don't look quite the same. Okay. I'll mash that flat. All right. With this special pair of pliers, and the description of these are they're very, for wire work, they're very heavy, flat nose pliers with a thick spine, because you can exert a lot of pressure on these and they don't give. So to do that rosette, I first grab this at the end of my pliers and observe that I'm only about halfway across the loop. And I begin to roll. And I never go beyond the loop. And I'm just making very small bites and rolling this level. I'm just rolling the wire up on itself, just like coiling a piece of rope or a hose, and I keep rolling, and I'm going to roll this until it's about 3/4 of the way down the wrap wires and slightly in. Now I'm going to do the same with my other loop, and observe that I'm not getting beyond the loop. If you get your pliers over here, your scroll won't be even. You'll have humps in it. Just keeping rolling. Some people do this with their chain nose pliers, but they get a big bite, and okay. Here are the first two, and they're fairly even. Now I come back to the next two wires, and they too are the same length. And I start the next little loop just as before, just taking small bites, keeping it small right on the end of the round nose pliers. Okay. Again. Okay. I just roll that right up over the previous rosette. Guess that's fairly close. All right. The next two wires, I mark up 5/8 of an inch, a little shorter than the first two rosettes, and this will result in making a smaller rosette. If you look at this, you can see when they're shorter, they come in a little bit further, and they're not quite as large. Again, we cut those even. And I do the same thing. Okay, so that's what we have now. The last step is to attach our ear wire. And again, I'll bring this straight out toward me. I'll make the loop just like I made the one below. Get the round nose right in there. Push this over. And reposition my pliers with the bottom, what was the bottom jaw, out and bring it beyond. Like that. And cut it right where they cross. And I'll put my ear wire on, be sure and get it. You know, I was wrong. We make this one to the side. Like that, if you get it wrong like I did, why, that's all you do. Instead of bending it 90 degrees towards you, you bend it 90 degrees to the side. Of course, the reason is so that the the ear ring will hang perpendicular to the wire. And close it. There we go. It's the finished earring. Very popular right now, and as you can see, very easy to make. Okay, that completes our earring. The next project I'm going to show you is just a variation on the earring project that we just completed, and that was this. I'm going to make a pendant to match, and I'm going to use this wrapped bail on the pendant so that you'll, it's a very nice bail, and you can use it on many other styles of pendants. This is only one of the 3 or 4 bails we can use on the pendant. As you recall, on the previous Cabochon wrap, we used a rabbit ear bail, but this is just a wrapped bail. The project is very similar. In this case, I've used 9 wires instead of 7. And they're a little bit longer because the finished product is going to be longer by 2 beads. So in that regard, up to this point, it's the same. I use progressive cutting techniques to cut the wire. I've wrapped it with 5 wires, and now I'm going to go ahead and separate my bottom wires, again in the leaf rake pattern. And again, we're using soft wire for this project. Come out here roughly 45 degrees for the first one, and then space the remaining ones equally up to the center wire, which will be left straight. It's important to bring your knife right down to the wrap wires so you get good crisp bends down here. And I think something like that. I think it would be a little easier to see had I cut the wires even before I began. But this is fine. Okay, I'm going to use a little larger bead on this pendant project because it's a larger piece and you know, will look a little nicer. Again, I'm using the glass beads and start the same as we did on the earring by maintaining symmetry, getting these at the same level, consistently checking for symmetry. This one wire I had a bit of a problem with, but we'll be cutting the defective part of it off so it doesn't really make too much difference. Okay, there we are, and again, we bring, and I'm looking at the front of the earring now. We come up between the next two wires, around, and bring it back on itself, just like that. We do the same on the other side. Toward the front, down adjacent to the top of the bead, like that. I'll bring this on around. And you can cut it to wherever the wire will meet itself. Okay, first two wires. The pendant project is very much like the earring project, with the exception of we've used 9 beads here and 9 wires. I used a little bit bigger bead because it's going to be a rather large pendant. And I've made the, taken the 2 outside wires on each side of the top wires and made scrolls with them. And now I'm going to show you how to make this wrapped bail. It's kind of a nice bail. And it requires a little different technique than you normally see. What I'm going to do to start this is I'm going to pull these 2 outside wires out and I'm going to mark the next 2 wires. Roughly a 1/2 inch above, no, let's make it a little lower, roughly 1/4 of an inch above the top of the wrap wires. So I'm looking at the bottom marks, not the top. And I'm going to cut those 2 wires at that bottom point. And hopefully I can cut them even. Yeah, that's pretty close. The purpose of doing this is that I want this bail to taper. And if I cut the 2 inner wires as I wrap the wires up and gradually bring them together, the wrap portion will be thinner at the top than it is at the bottom, which I think is a little more pleasing visually. Okay, I don't know how much wire it's going to take to wrap from here to the end of these wires, because we're going to wrap it all the way around, starting in the front and to the end, like this. I don't know how much wire that's going to take. So I cut my 1/2 round wrap wire, again 21 gauge, 18 inches long, and I bend it back, as I always do, with a offset to the left. Now then I'll just separate these wires slightly, slide this wrap wire down. Maybe I'll bend these out of the way a little bit. I've bent both the scrolls and the wires for the bail out, so I have a little room to work down here. And I'll make my first wrap by hand. Move it down just as close as I can. Make my first wrap. And slide this down as close as I can to the wrap wire so I don't have much of a gap there. Now I'll start my wraps. By leaving this short end, it gives me some options at the end. If I need to, I can put another wrap down toward the body of the pendant and fill in that gap partially. Here, and the wrapping process is the same. Moving that just as close as I can. There's very little adjustment you can do after you get 4 or 5 wraps on. So I'm going to wrap this from the back because it's more natural to me. I hold it again with the pliers. I offset it, in this case, to my right, so it will overlap the previous wrap. Wrap it with my fingers. And as I say, you get very fast at this. Okay, so I've just continued the wrap till I've within about 1/4 of an inch of the end. I'm going to just bring these wires over now. And down. And I will cut them even. Bring them in flat like that. cut it. These wires will retain the wrap wire from ever coming undone. I've got a little lip here that will keep it from coming off of the pearls or whatever. Then I'll take one more look down here at the beginning of the wrap. I don't think I can get that in there so it'll look right. So we'll just cut this wrap wire as well. And I will put my rosettes back in place. All right. Now then, as you can see, I achieved the taper that I wanted on my bail. And now I'll just bend it, and for that you can use either half-round pliers, or I kind of like to use this pen vise, which is about 1/4 of an inch in diameter on this end. Because if I hang it over, say, a strand of pearls or something, I need something that will give me a fairly large space to hang the pearls on. And we can bring this on in. Okay, so that is the bead style pendant with a wrap bail. And again, if you want to just, you happen to be wearing pearls, you just hang it over like that. This back springs in, so it's nicely retained. Okay, that's it for the Egyptian earrings and pearls and pendant, pardon me. As you can see, with the larger, this gives you a comparative size. This is with 4mm beads. These are with, this one is with larger, roughly 6mm glass beads, and it gives you a much larger project. Our next project is a scroll ring. It's just a very simple ring with a pearl. We can make it in two ways. We can make it with a twisted wire. Here I've twisted one wire, and I believe that's the way I'll demonstrate the project. Here is untwisted wire, and you can make it with both twisted if that's what you desire. This is a quick project. I'm going to show you 2 or 3 real quick projects here, and I like to think of them as good projects for craft shows where you can turn out a nice ring and charge $15, $20 for it and produce it in less than 10 minutes. I've cut the wire, and we're using 20 gauge square soft gold filled wire. I've cut it to a length of 16 to 18 inches depending on the size of the ring of the person that you're making the ring for. And then I use a very small round wire. This is 24 gauge round, and the reason I use this round is because it will go through these very small holes in the pearls. And I think you can only get this in half hard. I don't think you can get it in soft. So we thread the pearl with the wire, and I just bend it down on both sides. like that. Talked about tools. I want to show you this work surface again. It's very handy for this type of, for making rings. And to begin the project, we just by eye, by the way, I buy these pearls, by the strand. They're small peach-colored cultured pearls. They're not great pearls. They have a flat side and then a hole, and a very, very pleasing color, a little bit of texture. So I think it's a nice stone. You can equally well use beads of any diameter, probably up to, well, 8 millimeters if you want. So I put the pearl threaded like this onto the wire, and I just by eye center it on the 1/18 inch length of wire. I put one wire on one side and one on the other, and then I just wrap that around. I wrap it about 3 times on each side. Anything will do. And again, I keep the flat side against the wire so it fits somewhat tight. Now I'm doing the other end. With my 3 wraps. Mash them flat. So that's what I have. It's the pearls tied to the primary wire, and then I cut them right on top of the wire, the primary wire. Okay, so there it is. Now I come out to my ring mandrel, and I'm going to make this 1/2 size under what I want the finished size to be. So say we want size 8. I place the pearl on top of the ring mandrel like that, and again, this ring mandrel is held in a hole at underneath my little work surface. And I bring the wire around. That's what I have. Again, at the 7.5 size. I bring one wire around to the base of the stone, and the other wire is like this. Just right at the base of the pearl. Okay, now then holding it on the size 7.5. Again, I'm going to face my wire up. It's just off a little bit. Make the rest of the project go easier. Okay, at the 7.5 size, I'm going to come around the base of the stone with each wire 180 degrees. Just like that. And again, it's at the bottom part of the pearl. Okay. Now then, back at the 7.5, I'm going to bring these 2 wires together. I'm going to bring one to the other, and if there's a difference in length, I'll bring the longer one to the shorter one. Like that. Now they're together. this point, as I said, I was going to twist one wire, so I'll go ahead and twist the, doesn't make any difference which one. In this case, I'll twist the shorter. Again, with soft wire, we can twist any length. Take that wire back here at the where it is adjacent to the pearl, and I'll just twist this. One more time, I'd like to say this is soft wire, so you can twist any length. If it were hard wire, by the way, this project won't work with hard wire. Don't even attempt it. You have to have soft wire to get the scroll effect and to be able to manipulate it nicely with your fingers. Now I'm going to make scrolls around the pearl like I did on this one. And the idea of the scroll is to add a decorative effect, but also to hide the wrap wires down here on each side and where they come out of the side of the pearl. So to do that, I make the scrolls all in the same direction. I'll bring them out here, and I control the position and the size of the scroll with my forefinger. Start it here with my thumb. I'm holding these wires right together. And I'm scrolling it around. That's a scroll partially made. I want to keep these lined up though. Just manipulating that to make sure the scrolls lay together. And remember, you're always in charge. The wire's not in charge. Okay, so that's the first scroll. And I'm going to bring it around to form a bezel under the stone. Bring it to the opposite side, make the second scroll. So again, with the wires together, I form it around the base of the pearl, just like that. And bring it over to the other side. Here, and now I want to cover that wire coming out. So again, with my forefinger, I'll make the scroll. Note that I've positioned it right over this wire, this wire that locks the pearl in. And like that, and they should be somewhat symmetrical. Now I'll bring both wires back to this side again, forming a bezel around the base. I'm forming this on the other side of the pearl. And can tighten them up to make them somewhat symmetrical. Okay, and that's what we have now. All right, now I'm going to leave the outside wire. That's this wire right here. And that will wrap this ring shank. And I'm going to take the remaining wire and bring it back over to the other side, like this. Like that. Okay, so there's the ring. These two wires I'm going to cut and wrap the ring shank so it will hold the ring shank together. And I need a little less than a half inch, maybe 3/8 of an inch on either side. And with my chain nose pliers, I'll pull this up and just begin to wrap. Just begin to, as we've done in the past, just roll it around. These shank wires, like this. And I just need 2 to 3 wraps on each side. That will be certainly sufficient to hold it. And I'll move this up under, and I'll tighten them down. I'll do the same on this other side. Just start out here on the end and just roll it around. Again, 2 or 3 wraps is sufficient. And I'll line everything up. Now I'll put it back on the ring mandrel and adjust it to size by rotating and just slipping it up. And when I get it in the correct size, I'll align everything. I'll move this up just a little and crimp. And just tap these things into place so that they lay nice and flat. And you will definitely want to come back then and deburr your ends. It's probably the only place you'll have to deburr and polish the ring. So that's our quick ring, a nice pretty little ring that sells well at craft shows. The next project we're going to do is the traditional cabochon ring. There are 2 ways to make it. You can make it with 2 wires over each end or 1 wire. We'll do it with the 1 wire. The only difference is that we use 2 additional wires if we're making the 10-wire ring. The basic ring we make with 8 wires and 8 wires 4.5 inches long. For ladies' rings, I use 22 gauge. If it's a man's ring with a large stone, I'll use 20 gauge. And it's half hard wire, gold filled, square. So I've pre-cut these into the 4.5 inch lengths, and I've aligned them as I've shown you to do in other projects. Again, I use progressive cutting, lining them up, and then I've taped them on one end. So to start, I'll determine the center of this. And it's about right here. So that's an important reference mark. Now we'll be wrapping wires on both sides. These will be the wraps. And we need to determine how far apart we want to place those wraps. If we were looking at this flat, it would be the distance from here to here. So So that's what we're going to do next. I have a formula for this. And the formula is you measure the width of the stone in the direction that you're setting the stone in the ring. And this particular stone is exactly 1/2 inch, 16/32. So a 1/2 inch. So the formula is to the width of the stone we add 1/2 inch. In this case, the total distance in is going to be 1 inch, and that will be the distance between where we start the wraps. So we have the center point. We'll measure 1/2 inch out either side. There and here. But the critical measurement here is between this wrap, where we're going to start this wrap, and this wrap. It must be 1 inch. The wrap wires I use are, again, half round, 21 gauge, half hard. And I started about a 1/2 inch from the end and offset it to my left as I bring it toward me. And I'll start at one of my marks. And I start there, I make the first wrap with my finger. And I wrap from the mark toward the ends of the wire, from here in that direction. And just like I've done with every other wrap, I started the first one with my finger. Subsequent wraps, I bring it over with my finger to overlap the previous wrap. And as I squeeze it with the flat nose, it falls right into to place. And we'll go 5 wraps. Okay, just like that. Oops. And I'll back this off, and I'll go ahead and cut these wraps on the inside. What's going to become the inside of the ring shank. Okay, there's my first mark, and then I'll start the next wrap exactly 1 inch from the one I just completed. What I'll do is I'll put this on and observe that I hook this in the other direction. The short wire would be on the first one. The short wire is in this direction. Here it's in this, on this end, it's on the opposite direction. And again, I make my first wrap with my fingers. I got a little too close there to the other one. I'll just put a couple of wraps on here. And then I'm going to measure this distance to be sure it's 1 inch. And it's a little less, so I need to adjust this one about a 1/16 of an inch out. And to do that, I just lay my flat nose pliers on the side opposite the direction I want to slide. And I move them, I put just a little pressure on them. And I put additional pressure with my thumb. I'm just pushing against the side of the pliers, moving it side to side, and it will move a little bit. Still need just a little more. there we are. It's exactly 1 inch. Again, the 1 inch dimension between the wraps is a critical dimension. The center dimension has very little importance at this time. It's just a reference to begin. And I'll put 5 wraps on this side. There we are with 5 wraps. As I've shown you before, this one doesn't have much of a hump, but it has a slight hump, and so I'll take that out by grabbing the short end, moving it back, pushing on this, pulling on my pliers, creating tension in that wire, and wrapping it back. And we'll cut those roughly 1/3 of the way across this 8-wire primary bundle. Okay, here's what we have. Straightening the wires a little bit. These are not quite perpendicular. The reason for the offset is so that when you hook your wire over, you're usually looking at the back, and that if you leave the offset in the direction that you offset it, you turn it over, then these binding wires should be straight on the visible side of the ring or whatever piece you're working on. Okay, now then I can go ahead and I'll take these, just take that tape off. In the introductory portion, I talked about my work surface here, and I use it for rings. And to form the rings and to prepare a seat for the stone, I use 2 steel round, I guess we could call both of them mandrel. Actually, this is a drift punch that you would find in either an auto parts place or a machine shop. I think that I got this one at a discount tool place for probably just a couple of dollars. And then we'll adjust the ring later on using the usual ring shank, and at that point we'll also size it. The beauty of this work surface is that I have 2 holes underneath that fit the base of the ring shank. This one for the small one, and then a larger hole for this one, and that frees up both my hands to work on rings. It's particularly good for rings, but it's good for other projects as well, because this little fence keeps the wires on the work surface. They don't fall off on the floor under this. I normally don't have this cardboard surface on it, and when I don't, I have a ruler drawn over here, so I don't have to pick up a ruler. I can just measure directly on the work surface. You can work any place, clamp it to a dining room table, for instance, work in your TV or any place else. It keeps everything clean and contained on this surface. Use a deep, I think this is about a 4-inch clamp, so I can clamp it. You can put a towel under it so it won't hurt any nice wooden surface. So it's, I've used it in my classes extensively. Students really like it, and I think it makes it a lot easier to make, particularly make rings. All right. The first thing I'm going to do is to prepare a seat for the stone. And by that, I'm going to prepare a flat surface for the base of the stone to rest on. And I'm going to also create a space here that fits very closely to the edge of the stone. That's why we made the initial measurements. So I start small. I start much smaller than I'm going to want the finished size to be. And I mean the finished width. I'm just going to work this into a U shape by bringing the wires together. And I want to keep these even. If in a case like this where one side, as I look at it from the end, is obviously higher, this side's higher than this side. To correct that, as I'm working up the mandrel, I press the side that's higher toward the side that's lower. And that will gradually correct that. Okay, it's still a little bit off, and so I put it back on the ring mandrel. And again, I'll push the higher side toward the lower side. Doesn't take too much. Now they're getting pretty even, just maybe one more adjustment. Okay. Well, they look different from either side because sometimes because of the way it's wrapped. There, they look pretty close. So I want to check this preliminarily, and I'd like to put this stone in. I'd like for it to maintain the near perfect U shape, and I'd like the stone to fit snugly between the two wires, and we're about there. Actually, that's pretty good right there. And if I look at it from the side, you know, it looks pretty good. So I'm going to say at this point that this is correctly formed, and now what we need to do is begin to well, I'm going to make just a slight adjustment. Okay. It's important to keep your wrap wires level because it affects this particular step. And if you noted that I reverse this as I work up, if you don't do that, you'll get a taper in these wires. They won't be even. So you reverse it, and that'll keep them somewhat even. And then for final adjustment, you can just lay either your round nose or chain nose across here and force them to be even. It takes very little pressure. Now we'll begin to form a seat for the stone. And to do that, I'll separate the two outside wires on this from like that. And I'll bring these wires up, something like this. And the idea is to position these wires so they're roughly 1/8 of an inch from the end of the stone, irregardless of how long a stone you have. By that I mean from right here to where this is under the stone should be roughly 1/8 of an inch on both sides. And that's close. All we're looking for is close now. We're going to make adjustments all the way across here. Now I want to flatten this area so that when I put the stone in, it doesn't rock. And to do that, I lay my flat nose pliers diagonally across that wire like this. And since I've already done the first one, I gauge it so that they're somewhat even. And I just take small nibbles. And I look at the end of it, make sure we're in the kind of in the ballpark. One is even and one isn't. Yeah, that's a lot closer. Just make small bites. Now then, this stone has a roundish base, just a slightly round base, and so I'll adjust that a little with probably round nose pliers. These are some specialized pliers, but they do the same thing your round nose pliers will do. And I've made this just a little concave, and hopefully that'll help the stone fit a little better. Except I got way off over here. Okay, again, they should be more or less straight. So I've just shaped the base a little bit so it'll fit the stone better. It'll make it easier all the way along, and it already does. As you can see that this conforms fairly well to the base of the stone. The same on both ends. Okay. Now we're going to lock the stone into place, and to do that, I'm going to mark where I want these wires to fall up here, somewhere along there, and should be the same on both sides. What I'm talking about is where they fall right here on the end. These wires that retain the stone fall in the same place. Those wires right there. Begin to get some dimensions here to adjust the ring to fit the stone. The first is I measure a rough distance from the bottom of this wire that I've been up for the base to the mark on the stone. And I don't know how you can see that, but it's roughly 16 30-seconds or a ½ inch. I then measure from the bottom of this wrap to the inside of the bottom of the shank, and here I only have 12 30-seconds or 3/8 of an inch, so I need to lengthen this bottom to ½ inch, roughly 1/8 of an inch. To do that, I slide the ring shank wires down. Again, measure it, and I have a little more to go. It's not quite a ½ inch yet. And the idea is here that we begin to do a trial fit. I still need just a little more. This trial fitting process ensures that the stone will be not only well locked in, but it will also look pretty nice. And I could do a little more. Not only are we measuring, but we're going to actually bend the wire up to see how it actually fits over the end of the stone. So I've got my first one. I'm going to bring it up, and this could be not too far off. And this is what I call my first trial fit. Actually, it's very good. It almost never happens. Usually I have to do this 3 times. Maybe we will on the other side. So it comes right into where I want the wire to fall on the stone. All right, now we have to do the same thing on the other side. And probably we're in the ballpark now, but we need to be sure. Again, it's a 1/2 inch. This is maybe just a breadth more than a half. Just level it out there, and we'll trial fit this side. I believe this is going to be pretty good. Yeah. Okay, that's about where we want it. I'm going to shape this I'm just going to flatten it slightly so it'll fit this at the top of the stone a little better. Okay. That's good. If you have too much of a hump at the top, in other words, it doesn't conform to the stone, you can first make it flatten it a little bit by laying your pliers diagonally across and just applying a little pressure, not hard pressure, you just want to reshape it but leave it round. And then that'll make it work better. If you need to tighten the stone a little, actually it's usual to have to do this trial fitting process 3 times. We were just lucky on this one. And if after all else fails and you get this far along, after you first put your first wrap on, you can bend these wires down to tighten them against the stone. That'll hold it down a little better. Okay. Now then, I'm going to begin to set the stone, and I do that by tightening, by bringing each of these wires over like this. That would conform to this wire. I would do it at all 4 corners. And then we do it 1 row at a time, the 4 outside ones, then the next 4, then the next 4, etc. Until we get down to the end. One consideration here is that when I wrap these, I would like for the wires that come over the edge to meet the stone right at the girdle of the stone, right where it ends, right at the edge of the stone. That would be right here on this particular pearl. So I need to look at this and sort of determine how far down here am I going to start wrapping these. Because when I put 4 of them together, I want them to come right up to that edge. And I'm going to say right there on this. It's just an eyeball estimate, but when I put 4 wires together, they should come right up to the edge of the stone. So I'll put the 4 wires out here. These again are the 4 outside wires, and I'll begin to set the stone. To do that, I'll pull these 2 wires that I get up here locking the stone in. I'll bring each of these wires diagonally down through the bottom of the shank like that, and they'll just cross there. And the same here, and the same here. This will begin to retain these top wires on the stone in place. And now I'll cut each of them about where they cross, roughly a ½ inch beyond the top stone retaining wire. Okay. And then I look and I check the alignment of the stone with respect to the bottom of the shank. And I take each of those wires, again with my stone straight and hopefully holding it in like that, and I just thrust each of the 4 wires straight back through the shank. I'm going, just pushing the wire right in this direction. I don't know, just like that. I've got the end of the wire in the pliers and I've just pushed it straight back. Now then I'll check the alignment of my stone again. Come to the diagonally opposite wire, which is right there. I'll take the end of that wire and thrust just straight back through the shank. Okay, that's what I've got now. Two wires, one on each corner, and they're pushed back through. Now I'll go check the alignment of the stone one more time, and again thrust it back. And finally I'll do the last one. And thrust it back. Okay, my stone is well aligned. It's already getting really tight, but it'll get tighter and tighter. Now then I'll cut each of those wires. It's each of the wires that I just pushed back through the middle. I'll cut them about 1/8 of an inch beyond this wire that's the base for the stone. Just 1/8 of an inch from here to here. And I'll cut all 4 of them about that same length. Okay, that's what I've got. I've cut the 4 wires off, and they're about roughly 1/8 of an inch inside of this wire. Okay, again I recheck the alignment of my stone, and now I'm going to use the chain nose pliers. I'm going to lay the top jaw on this one and the inner jaw on the same wire, and I just rotate like that. Okay, then I'll go to check the alignment of the stone again. Go over here, Place the top jaw there and the bottom jaw there and rotate. This really, really tightens the stone firmly. I, again, realign or check the alignment of the stone. That's right. I put the pliers on the top and bottom and rotate. And finally the last one, same thing, rotate. Okay, the stone is very tight. Now I can barely move it. Now we bring the next 4 wires out. You have a choice here. You can twist these. You don't have to twist them. You know, it's a matter of personal choice. And strictly decorative with the half-hard wire. It strengthens it, but it's already pretty strong. Okay. Since these are not more than 1.5 inches long, I can just twist them without holding them. And I just twist them until they look about even. Okay. Okay, this is what I have now. I'll do the same thing with these 4. Bring it up. Just observe that I just lay this wire right over the previous wire I did. And move it across the ring shank. And as I did before, I can about a 1/2 inch inside the shank. Again, I check the alignment of the stone. Take the first wire and thrust it back just as before. We do the same thing with all the wires now. Oops. Okay. Again, I've got the 4 wires inside. Come back and cut them 1/8 of an inch beyond that stone seat wire. Just like carpentry. Look and measure once. Or look and measure twice, cut once. And again, I just put it on the top and bottom of the same wire and roll it. I can't move the stone out, it's so tight. And roll it. Okay, you could actually cut it off. Well, no, not yet. Okay, now then, when we've got the first two wires over and locked in, we need to size the ring. If we went any further, we wouldn't be able to move these shank wires up and down, and now what we want to do is move it to the correct size. So we'll make this one, say, a size 8. So I use the larger mandrel, and I push and rotate this the same time. Reverse the tape, reverse it in to eliminate the taper, and I make sure everything fits tight here, that the stone support wires are right down on the mandrel. And I'll move it up to size 8. And when I get there, I can just back these wires off on each side. That will maintain the size. Okay. Now then, I continue with locking the stone in. Bring the next 4 wires out, and I go through the same process. Again, alternating twisted and untwisted wires. So these 4 will be untwisted. So that's what we have now. Now I'll complete the ring by just doing the last 4 wires, and again we'll twist those. Keeping in our theme with every other wire twisted. And you could cut this part out too, after I... Again, I'll just thrust these back through. Same process with all 4 of these wires. Okay, there we have this. This ring is essentially finished now. We deburr, polish, and clean. Work a little up on these down here. Stone's very tight. It's a nice looking ring. And in a good seller. There are a couple of additional things we can do. Here, I'll show you A couple of them we can just take some twisted wire that we have here. And just like we did, we can add a couple more bezel wires. It's a nice look. And I said a couple, we can use either, we can get by with one, or we can use two. And I put it on pretty much like I put the others on. I bring it along, again, thrust this back through. And we'll adjust it a little bit. Do the same thing on the other side. You could even add one more if you wanted to, but I think enough's enough. There are a couple of notes about this ring. I wouldn't attempt to wrap a very small stone. I would say about 3/8 of an inch or 10 millimeters in width. And this one is about 3/4 of an inch. Be about 18 millimeters. You could go down to maybe 14 millimeters, but 10 by 14 would be about the smallest stone for this. There are other wraps for other small stones. So this is it. This is a standard cabochon ring. It's been around for a long time. You can take these marks off again with denatured alcohol or acetone or just about any paint solvent. But it's a nice ring. You can use virtually any cabochon as long as the sizes meet the criteria I just mentioned, and it'll last forever. So that's it for the cabochon ring. Our next project is another scroll work project with soft wire. I'm going to wrap this small biwa pearl, and it's a freshwater pearl. I buy these by the strand. There's several sources of them. This one's about roughly an inch long. 1 inch to 1.5 inches is a good length. But you can also use a small cabochon, well-cut cabochon, a symmetrical cabochon, or you can use irregular stones with this, and you can use any size. You can go up to, a piece 2 or 2.5 inches long. Project takes a deceptively long length of wire to complete. but for this small stone, we'll use 2 pieces about 12 inches long and 2 pieces about each 6 inches long for the wrap wires. Use all the same gauge. In this case, I'm using 22 gauge square soft gold felled, and the total length of that would be 12 plus 24, around 3 feet. One way to determine that is, as I showed you earlier, is to form a very rough design with a telephone wire, your magic wire, and then straighten it out and measure it. First you form the design, then you add 2 inches on each side for the bail. So, and all of that for this stone adds up to about 36 inches. We'll probably have a little wire left over. As I said, it takes a deceptively long wire for this project, and there's nothing quite as disappointing as getting right to the end and finding out you need another 1/4 or 1/2 inch of wire. Kind of takes the edge off the project. You have to start over. All right, I've pre-cut. My primary wires are 24 inches. I'm going to cut those 2 in half. And it's soft wire, so we get roughly 2 12-inch lengths. I've cut my my wires. The primary wires, again, are the main structural wires, and on this project are the wires that you see on the outside and that do all the scrolls. The wrap wire is 1 piece, 12 inches long, and it's the inside wire. If you're using a bigger stone, you may want to go to 3 wires or even 4 wires on the outside and 2 on the inside. But for this one, I'm just going to have 1 wrap wire and 2 primary wires. Now you may or may not twist these wires. I'm not a big, I don't like to put a lot of filigree and fancy stuff on mine, but you can twist the primary wires. But I almost always twist the wrap wire. And again, in this case, the wrap wire is this wire here. And well, it's a little hard to see back here, but it's this wire right here. So I'll go ahead and twist that. And this is soft wire, so we can twist the whole 12 inches in one action here. And again, I use the leg trick, and then I'll just roll it down my leg. Again, I don't count the number of twists. I just twist it until I am pleased with the appearance. And that seems about right. You'll soon develop a feel for this. And I, again, want to precaution you on handling your wire too much. It gets little kinks in it. They're very difficult to get out, and they will show up in your final project. One way to take kinks out, if it's extreme, is to twist them. So you could twist 1 or 2 of these wires, your primary wires, if you needed to. Okay, just as we do in other wrapping situations, we're going to take the twisted center wrap wire at the center and offset it to my left. One thing you might do that will make it a little easier, although I don't always use it is just to tape one end of these two primary wires. And again, tape them flat and make sure your alignment is correct. That is, that the two wires face up and look the same as you look at them under the light. And these are pretty good. And I'm straightening this out as best I can with my fingers. It has a tendency to work harden the wire slightly, which is good in this case. Okay. I take my wrap wire and I'm going to wrap this once. Like that, and I'll crimp it tight, but not so tight that you cut the wires. And I've done this, I've left approximately 3 inches up on top. We're going to use that much to secure the stone, and this will become the bail, so we need that additional length for the bail. On the introductory tape, I talked about the X foundation, and this is what I mean by that. This is kind of a basic method of holding stones in place and providing structure to the piece. Okay, now then we will lay our stone across the X like this. I think I want this end up. Okay. Now, just as we did on the ring, I'm going to wrap this around, scroll it around the end of the stone, around this wrap wire, and then I'll come straight up for the bail. So here I come. I'm just rolling it and scrolling it around the end of the stone, around the wrap wire, and I'll bring this back, and that will hold that in position, and then my primary wires will come up. Okay, on the bottom, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to, again, scroll this around the bottom, make these two somewhat parallel, the primary wires parallel, around the wire, and up like that. And I'm going to bring this, the bottom scroll wires down. So at this point the stone is held in place, and it will be held more and more as time goes on. I'm going to use the wrap wires to form a bezel around the stone. I'll go then around the upper bail wires, and then we'll cut it off. So to do that, I form a scroll right around these wires, just like that. And I'll bring it up, and I'll bring it in front of my two bail wires. Wrap it around. Secure it. And I'm going to cut it. This a little more pleasing way. I'm just shaping it just a little. Going to do the same then with the wires at the top of the stone. going to make a scroll, and observe that my scrolls are going counterclockwise, and you need all of your scrolls to go the same direction on the entire project. Okay, I'm forming that scroll. I'm going to shape it again. We'll bring it a little tighter. And I'll bring it across the front of the primary wires, around, and crimp it tight. And I'll cut that one. Okay, so this is what we have. I need to force this over a little bit. Now the stone is definitely in place and will be held in place. It won't come out now unless you cut wires. So what we have is we have the top wires that are going to be used to make the bail. We have the bottom wires, and those will be used to make all the scrolls and decorative effect on this pendant from now on. So we'll start with these bottom wires. And I start by making one scroll down at the bottom, and the primary purpose of that is to cut or to cover this wire here. So again, I shape it with my fingers, and again I'm going in a counterclockwise direction. The direction is not terribly important as long as you use the same direction for the whole project. And I'm just roughly shaping these. I've made my bottom scroll. It covers most of where we wrap the wire in at the bottom. And now I'm going to bring these up on the outside. And I want to form this so that it looks nice. So I kind of look at it and I judge, whether I'm pleased with that at this point. And actually, I think I want it to come out a little bit further. So I just shape it, and 90% of this project is done with your fingers. So something like that. And I'm holding the wires very closely together. Come across the front, go around, and I'm going to crimp it. And I want a little more fullness up here and down here. Okay. No two of these projects turn out the same. Okay. Now then, I want to come this same direction, and so I form another scroll at the top, and the idea of this scroll is to cover this area where I've locked all the wires together. And in some cases, it'll take two scrolls to do that. This is, I think, one of those cases. So I make it just a little larger. And this is where you really need the extra wire. This is why you have to provide extra wire, because each of these little scrolls takes a lot of wire. And I'm going to form this. If you get your wire going the wrong direction up here, it looks very odd. It's not attractive at all. So you'll need to really think about what you're going to do at the top. And I'm just forming the bezel down here. Come down the other side. Okay. And I kind of like that. It's not too bad. So what we do at the bottom is I lift this first scroll, just move it out. And I'm going to bring these two primary wires right through that area, and I'm going to bring them down until I like them, until I like the shape. And I want it to be somewhat symmetrical, so something about like that looks pretty good. And I've brought it through that area where I lifted the stone and brought it back on itself to lock it in place. Now I can move this back down. Okay. Now then, I'm going to make this loop in a clockwise direction, and I'm going to scroll that and bring it around. Now I decide what I want to do with these wires. I could twist these wires now, and if I wanted to, either one or both, to give a little decorative effect. But again, I'm not real keen on twist. And we can do a lot of things with these wires to add direction or design to the stone. We can bring them up here, and we're going to lock these wires around these two outside bezel wires. So you can separate them with your fingers, move it around to see what you like. Position it anywhere down there. I kind of like something maybe about like that, where I don't cover much of the underlying design. So I'll just cut them. Oh, roughly 1/4 of an inch. And then, as before, I'll just use my my chain nose pliers, and I'll just roll this around and back on the same wire. Actually, I'm going to bring it around it a little bit, kind of like that. And I'll cut this right here. think I will. In situations like this where these very sharp little pliers come together, I'll squeeze that on itself to hold it in place. And I'll do the same with one right above it. And this is one place we definitely don't want to apply brute force. We just want to just snug everything up. Oh, cooperate. Again, line it back up on itself and position it. Get that little. Okay, now with the bail, I almost always twist the bail. It makes it quite a bit stronger, work hardens it a lot. And again, since it's a soft wire, we can do the whole thing. I just Okay, I've twisted both of them. And again with my 1/4 inch shaft here, I position the bail about where I want it in front. Cut it down here. And I find some place to bring it around and lock it in. In this case, I'm going to come right through that little gap on right there. So, and with the chain nose pliers, kind of offset it, and I begin to roll it into place. And you may have to work with a little bit. Actually, maybe we'd be better off just to do one at a time. There it comes. Bring that around. Lock it's on itself. Bring the next one around. Lock it on itself. Line these up. Separate them. here we have our completed pendant. May reshape some of this just slightly if it gets a little bend in it that I didn't want. I just manipulate a little bit with the pliers. But that's it. It's about a 15-minute project or less. Cut, deburr, and polish. Deburr and polish. Okay. The next project we're going to do is a faceted stone ring. This one is a little bit more advanced project, not because it's so hard, but because the measurements need to be very precise, and because there's shaping the prongs to fit the stone is sometimes requires several adjustments. I've already cut my wires for this project. The primary wires are half hard, 22 gauge or 21 gauge if you're using a larger stone, square gold-filled wire. And the wrap wires again are the 21 gauge half round, half hard gold-filled wires. So as I say, I've cut my wires using progressive cutting techniques. And that's a given. That's on every project. And we cut 6 wires. So you need 4 inches long. So your total length is about 24 inches. And again, I'm lining these up just and checking the alignment and checking to be sure they're properly aligned by, again, moving them through the light and looking at the movement of light across the flat bundle of wires. And these are good. One more time, if they weren't, you would see a difference in wires. You would need to reverse that wire or reposition it so it would line up. So there we have. Okay. The spacing of the wires, again, as in the Cabochon ring before, I use a formula, and it's the same formula. Now these are, what I'm referring to is the spacing of the wrap wires. And it's the same formula. We measure the stone, and in this case it's just over 3/8 of an inch. And to that, I add 1/2 inch. So the spacing on this is going to be about 7/8 of an inch. And the stone we're using is a pink ice, a pink CZ, 3/8 of an inch, which is about 10 millimeters by 12 millimeters. It's good for stones a little larger than this. Stones that are smaller, you would need to use a snap-tight mounting or some other means of holding it in place. So this would be about the minimum size stone you'd really want to work with for this particular style of ring. Now then, I'll take my bundle, and as I said, I've cut these about 4 inches long, which is more than adequate. And I'll make a center mark, just a little mark. Then, as I say, our spacing is going to be 7/8 of an inch, or, and if we divide that by 2, it's 7/16 of an inch, just less than a half on either side. So I'll mark it there. Then I'll measure from that over 7/8 of an inch. For this project, our wrap wires need to be a little longer, roughly 4.5 inches to start with, and we'll have some to cut off, but we're not quite sure how long they'll be. Cut 2 pieces. And again, put them on and offset it to the left as is usual. Now we start our wrap wires at the outer marks that we measured. Put the first one on by hand. And wrap 4 wraps. All right, then we'll start the other one with this short wire in the opposite direction. And again, we put the first one on with your fingers. I'll put on just a couple of wraps here and I'll double check the spacing. The spacing is critical on these rings. And again, we wanted 7/8 of an inch, so I'm just a little lower. So I'm just going to adjust this in, and I adjust it by just bringing the flat nose snug across the primary wires beside the wrap wire, and I move it in this way, just over a little. No, actually that's very close. So I'll go ahead and complete my 4 wraps. Okay, do not cut any wires at this point. Do not cut the wires. Do not cut wires. This is the inside of the ring. There's 7/8 of an inch, and here's what we have. Okay, at this point I can go ahead and take this tape off. Now then, I need to determine how long I want to make the prongs for my ring. And there's a formula for this. I measure from the girdle of the stone, that is the widest part of the stone, the edge, here is the girdle. I measure from that, the girdle, to the cullet of the stone, which is down here, the bottom of the stone. So from here to here, and this needs to be a fairly precise measurement. I have 10 30-seconds, or 5/16. To that number, I add 3/16. So what we do is we make what I call a pattern wire. I'm going to cut this wire exactly 1/2 inch in length. That's it. It's exactly 1/2 inch, and I get all other wire out of the way. You don't want any short lengths of wire laying on your workbench anywhere near where there's any possibility of being mixed up. All right, with our pattern wire, our 1/2 inch pattern wire, we're going to use that as a model to make our prongs. To do that, I separate each of the 4 outside wires, or the 2 wires on either side of the wraps. Just like that. And again, I'm using a very thin bladed pocket knife with a thin spine, and just bending them out, something like that. Okay. Now with our pattern wire, I lay that adjacent to each of these 4 outside wires, bring it down to the top of the wraps, like that. See if I can get it here where you can see it a little bit better. Sliding it down right to there. And with the flat nose pliers, I slide that down on top of the pattern wire, until it just butts up against it firmly. I drop it, and I bend that out like that. I go to the other side. Again, move the pattern wire down this until it stops against the outside wire. Again, with the flat nose, I bring it down to the top of that pattern wire, drop it, and bend. That makes my prong, the prong that we're forming, exactly the same length. I do the same thing on the other side. Flat nose right down to the top of that bend. Get a little different angle on it here. Double check this every time because this prong length is critical. Okay, there we are. We've got a start on all of these. Now I bring my prong wires down adjacent to that. And I cut them right at this top of that, and the idea that it just snaps right in next to previous wire. Again, I cut it right at the top, and notice that I'm using the flat side of the flat nose pliers to do this. Okay. I'll do the same on the other side. All right, now then we'll put additional wraps on, and I hold all of this flat. You don't want these prongs to get out of a line. And I'll put 4 additional wraps. Okay, now you can go ahead and cut your wrap wires. Again, cut them relatively short because they're stronger that way. Less than half the width of the flat wires underneath. Okay, this is what we have. This will be the outside of the ring, the inside, and the prongs. The reason I'm using this work platform is because it's especially helpful for rings, and it has other features as well, as I explained on the initial tape, but 2 of the features are that it keeps the wires on the table as you're working, not on, they don't fall, little short pieces of wire don't fall into the carpet, etc. The other is that I have holes down here to hold ring mandrels. And for this project and for the Cabochon ring, I start this forming it into a ring by making into a U shape that's just the size of the width of the stone in the direction I want to mount it. In other words, I want to mount the stone lined with the length of my finger, which would be normal. On some occasions, I guess you might want to put it across like this, which wouldn't be normal, but whatever orientation you want, I want to form the bottom of this ring shank into that size. So we start by bending, and I start using this very small, this is a drift punch available at any auto parts store or a good Ace Hardware or some place like that. And I began to form it in a U shape. And I reverse that. And the idea is that I want these two level, and I want the spacing between these two, and when it's a near perfect U shape, to fit the stone. I want this, in other words, I would want the stone just to lay in there. It's still a little large, so I'll move down this punch a little bit, and I'll continually trial fit my stone by laying it between those two wrap wires. Actually, that's not too bad. So this is kind of what I want. Well, it is what I want. The stone is level across this way, level across here, and it fits snugly between the two prongs, between the two wraps. And this is almost a perfect U shape. We don't want one that's distorted. We want one that looks like a U. And this is a pretty good fit. Okay. So that's where I am. Now then, I'm going to make it into a ring by take the two bottom outside wires and I bring them up like this. And observe that this is done differently than it is on the Cabochon ring. Okay? Like that. And now I'm going to go ahead and size the ring. I've brought these two wires up. They form the top part of the ring shank. And now I'm interested in making the ring fit. So let's assume that we're going to make this into say a size 6 ring, or 6.5. So I move it up like that. I reverse it, and it begins to widen up. And what's happening is that as I slide this up the punch, it pulls these wires back down through here to make the ring larger. Once I've gotten to as big a diameter on this one as I can get, then I move to my usual ring shank, my big ring shank. And I continue working it up. I hold the wires together like that, and I reverse them. Let's go up to a 6.5. Just found this flat. Okay. That's what I have. The ring's sized at a 6.5, and it's almost round. Correct that a little bit. I want to look at these wires across here to be sure they're level. These aren't quite, but all I have to do to make that even is just either use a flat nose, round nose, or in this case a small flat nose, and straighten them out. Now that I have them, have the ring to the size I want, I bend these 4 wires up here out, and that then will retain the ring size. Okay. Let me straighten the shank a little. That's really all it takes. Okay. Now then I'm going to form my prongs and for the stone. The prongs are formed in a 3-step process. And I have a special pair of flat nose pliers. You'll notice that these are very thin versus pliers like this, which are quite a bit wider. And I also use my chain nose pliers. And if you can look very closely, I'll try to mark this so you can see. As you can see as I move it in the light, there are file marks there, and those are reference lines for me to make prongs. Mark them, and then that way you can see it a little bit better, I think. See where the dark fine mark is? Right there. The way this is used is that on one side of my mark, I'll make a larger prong. That is, if I come further up the jaw toward the back of the plier, this gets thicker, and so as a result of that, when I bend the prong, it makes it larger. The way that works is I'll put this on the back of the prong, and I use this for a large stone, and this is flush with the jaw of the plier, and it's at the back, again at the back of that mark, and so I bend it. That's the first part of my prong. If I make it on the other side of the line, it makes a smaller prong. And I'll make one on the other side of the line, and again this is flush on the other side of the line. And now I think you can see the difference in the length of the prong. This short one we'd use for small stones, the larger one we would use for larger stones. So just that, from moving at one side of the reference mark to the other, makes that much difference in the size of our prong. Now this is the prong that we're going to see, part of the prong that we're going to see when we mount the stone. It's going to be that part. Whereas the larger one, as you can see, will come up quite a bit further and wouldn't be suitable for this stone. Okay. To make this prong, as I said, it requires 3 bends. And we'll do it this way. First bend, I'll bring the top of the prong adjacent to the jaw of the plier, and I'll bend it toward me like that. First bend. The second bend, I'll use these wide, little wider flat nose pliers, and I'll bend it back 90 degrees the opposite direction, like that. The third bend, I'll probably use the same wire, and I'll bend it 45 degrees. So this is what our finished prong is going to look like. And when we put it in the ring, this is what it will look like with the stone. See, the top part of the prong keeps the stone from coming out the top. The bottom part supports the stone from underneath from falling through. And then we're going to put wires around this stone to keep it from sliding in or out. Okay. So we start with the prongs, and by using the same reference line we get very consistent results. If you might want to spread these out a little, you don't want interference as you're again, we want to keep things really symmetrical. So if we spread them an equal amount on each side, and we want them across from one another. Okay. So, since we're using a small stone, I come to the reference line on my pliers. And I bend 90 degrees in. Wasn't quite 90 degrees. Like that. And I do that with all four. The concept here is if we do this very carefully and use the same reference points on all four stones and the prong, all four prongs. The prong lengths are the same to begin with, and our prongs will end up in a position where the stone will be level. And when you look down at the stone, the prongs are going to appear to be even. Okay, so there we go. That's the first bend on the prongs. That's from the top. All right, now then we're going to make the next bend. As I said, I'm using these are small or narrow flat nose. They're ideal for this. Bend it 90 degrees back. And I'll go to each prong and do the same thing. At every step of this process, we cross-check and make sure that we're pretty well lined up with relative to the prongs to one another. Okay. All right. That's the second bend all the way around. This one's just a little. So I'm just making minor adjustments here. And I'm working right on the end of the pliers, no matter which one I'm using. I use the same reference for all of them. In other words, I'm using the plier jaw width here to make all of these bends. Okay, so that's what we have now. Now then, we're going to come under this, and we're going to bend these all in, like that. Like that. Okay, that's what we have. Now, if we've done this correctly, our stone should fall pretty close to the top of the ring shank, these wires here. We don't want it too low, and we don't want it too high. If it's too low, it digs into the finger. If it's too high, it looks odd. This is the time we start praying. But it's perfect. It's perfect. It's just where we want it. It's, as you can see, the culet of the stone is right at the top of these ring wires, of these top shank wires. And the prongs fit fairly well. We'll adjust them a little bit more just to get a good fit. But that's what we want. We're just where we should be. Okay. Don't worry too much at this point about the prongs being perfectly even or fitting perfectly. We'll adjust it just a little as we go along. If you've got one that's really out of line, like this one's a little too high, I just lay my pliers in there and bring it down so it's adjacent to the stone. But overall, this is a good fit. Okay. Now then, we take each of the 4 outside wires again, the remaining 4 outside wires, bring them out. Like this. And we're going to begin to lock the stone in. We're going to bring these each of these wires up through that groove, that shoulder right there, and down to the ring, top of the ring shank, and lock them in. Right through there and down here. To do that, kind of estimate where the wire's going to fall and just offset a little bit. And bring it right down like that. And I'll do this with all 4 wires. I'm just getting it where it looks like it'll come through there, and bending it back out so that when I pull this down, it falls right in that groove. And like we did on the Cabochon, I worked to diagonally opposite corners. I should have. And we cross them like we did with the Cabochon ring. Okay. All right. Now then, as we did with the cabochon ring, we just cut these roughly ½ inch inside the top of the ring shank. We want these wires to behave, so if they're not aligned face on, by that I mean just as you look at them you want to see nothing but a square face. Straighten them out and take each wire at the end, and again just going to thrust this through, just thrust it through the ring. I'm just pushing it straight back like that. Check the alignment of the stone. I go to the diagonal wire. Move slid just a little for me. And I'm going to grab this one and do the same here. Just thrust it straight back through the center of the ring. Recheck the alignment. Again, just push it through, just thrust it through. And the last wire. Thrust it through. Now the stone will begin to get tight now. Because this is an emerald cut stone with parallel sides, you can slide it this way, but we're going to take care of that with the next move. If it were a oval or a round stone, it would begin to get tight now and you couldn't move it. I'm coming again inside the ring shank, cutting the wire roughly 1/8 of an inch inside that shank. See if I can show. About like that. About like that. And I'll cut all 4 wires. Now I will realign the stone, recenter it, and come to the first wire, grab it, both top and bottom on the same wire, and I just roll. I chain those pliers, just roll them over. Very little pressure. Okay. And I will come again to the diagonally opposite corner. That would be this corner. And I've checked the alignment. And again, just roll. Back on itself and across the okay, the stone is very tight now. I can physically move it, but it's not easy. Get a very different pair of pliers here. Maybe these will work a little better. Again, I'm laying my pliers on top and coming to the bottom of the same and just rolling it. Just like that. Almost no pressure. And then I have the last wire. Now then, with the remaining wires, I'm going to bring one wire around here, this wire around this end of the stone, this wire around this end of the stone. The other two I'm just going to bring down adjacent to these previous wires. So I'm just going to lay this over like like that, like I did before. Thrust it through. Go to the other side. Lay that one over here. Oops. Thrust it through. And like I did before, just roll these under. These two wires I'm going to bring around the end of the stone and down through this area, and I'm going to twist those just for a couple of reasons. One, it makes them a little stronger. Second, it adds a bit of a decorative touch. With the hard wire, it's your choice. You don't have to. You can if you want to. And we're twisting a very small, very short piece. Oh well, that should be enough. Now these two wires will keep the stone from sliding in the mounting, forward or back. So again, I'll bring these right in above the two previous wires, around the stone like this, and I might try to influence the way it fits here a little. I'm going to bring this wire down through this hole right here. Right there, between the prong and the stone. And I've got it there. It's kind of hard to see. This one I'll bring the same way. Longer, so I think it'll be a little more visible. So I'm just rolling it in around the prong. And these things don't need to be terribly tight because it's quite possible to completely force the stone out of the mounting if you get it too tight. We just want the stone snug, we don't. And we'll just pull that down through. Make it snug. And cut it off. stone's very tight. Okay, now we'll just align the prongs. Just tweak them straight, since this is an emerald cut. Okay. And deburr and polish, and that's Faceted stone ring. The next project we're going to do is a prong-mounted faceted stone pendant. I've pre-cut the wires. We're using 6 pieces, 5 inches long, and we're using 22 gauge half-hard wire. It's definitely a half-hard project. I might use 21 gauge if I had a larger stone and a larger size, but this should be good. Then for wrap wires, we're using the standard 21 gauge half round, half hard wrap wire. I was told early in my wire wrapping career many years ago that if you could do a ring, you could do this, but not true. This is, there are portions of similarity, but for the most part, it's a whole different ball game. Again, we'll measure the center of the stone, and like we do in the Cabochon ring, we want to determine the distance between the wraps here. Again, I have a formula for that, and that formula is to measure the length of the stone that you're going to, in the direction that you're going to mount the stone, and add to that, in this case I'm going to use 1 1/8 inch. So in other words, the distance between my wraps on this pendant will be 1 5/8 inches. Now when I say the axis that you're going to mount the stone on, this one obviously is the long axis, and this is the long axis, but you could equally well measure it, mount it crossways. In that case, you would use the width dimension rather than the length dimension. Now, as far as the additive, in my case, 1 1/8 inches, I use 1 to 1 1/2 inches, depending on the size of the stone. Bear in mind that a very small change in the additive, in this case the 1 1/8, makes a big difference in the size of the wings and how far they're going to come out in the finished product. So stay at the lower end, somewhere between 1 and 1/8 inches, maybe even 1 1/4 inches. I think that's what I used here. And for a larger stone, then you can go on to like 1 1/2 inches. You'll get a feel for it after you've done a number of these. Okay, I've got my center mark. Again, I pre-cut these. They're 5 inches long, and I cut them using progressive cutting techniques and aligned them so that they're correctly aligned. Now I take my wrap wire. I need 2 wrap wires, roughly about 4 inches long. And I bend this back and offset it to my left, as I usually do. Just comparing these to make sure they're the same size. Without measuring, I begin the first wrap, or I could pre-measure like I have in other projects. Put a couple of wraps on it. Just kind of judge this by eye. And now I'm going to measure from this my 1 5/8 inches back. I'll mark that. Again, the critical dimension is the distance between these. As I said, I want 1 5/8, and that's what I have. Do not cut your wrap wires. Do not cut the wrap wires. Again, I'm mounting or wrapping with the wire going in the opposite direction from the other one. By that I mean the tail of this wire wrap's going that way, the tail of this one's going this way. And I'll go ahead and I'll put 5 wraps here. As I emphasized before, we don't cut any wires now. I'm just going to shorten this one a little. Make it a little less cumbersome to work with. I'm going to straighten my wires now. And I can go ahead and cut the tails off of these, actually. Okay, so here's what we have. And I want to flatten this and straighten it as much as I can, and I can go ahead and remove the tape at this point. Okay. Now then, we're going to begin to form the prongs. And for this ring, this pendant, unlike the ring that we did, we're not so concerned about where the cullet of the stone, because it's never going to get anywhere near the skin. So that enables us to use very short prongs. So in this case, and just almost for all projects, I use prongs of 3/8 of an inch. So we don't even really have to measure. Again, to form the prongs, I separate 4 outer wires. You'll note that I'm not quite centered here. That's because this end is going to be the bail end. This end we only use to lock the stone in. And so it doesn't need to be quite so long. We don't need to have that much extra wire on this end. As we did before, we're going to create on the ring, we're going to create a pattern wire. And since I said our prongs are going to have to be 3/8 of an inch long, I'll measure that in 3/8 of an inch on my ruler is 12/32. Or 3/8. So I very accurately measure that. And cut it. There we are. 12/32. I can't emphasize enough now that you need to get all other short pieces of wire off your work surface. You don't want to pick up the wrong one and end up with one prong longer or shorter than the other three. So by getting everything off while you prevent that. And like I did on the prong ring, we take our pattern wire, lay it adjacent to each of the 4 outside wires, and slide it right down to the wraps. And then I take my flat nose pliers and I slide those down to the wraps and bend this out, just like that. I do that with all 4 wires that we've separated. And slide it right down to the wraps. With the flat nose, slide that down adjacent to the top and bend that. So you can see that makes our prongs very consistent in length. Okay, there we go. And then we'll just bring these on over. And cut it so that it just snaps adjacent to the other wire. Okay. Now then I'll just bring these in adjacent to the primary wires. I'll begin to wrap the prongs to that, and I'll use four wraps here. Okay. So this is what we have. 4 wraps underneath, 4 wraps up the prongs on both sides, and now and only now can you cut the wrap wires. Okay. Okay, this is where we are. This is going to be the top of the pendant with the longer wires. This is going to be the bottom. Now then, we come to the bottom of the wraps on each side, and we bend them 90 degrees. And do the same on the other side. This is what we have. Again, the top of the pendant, the bottom. Now, separate each wire here, each of the outside wires. And get them out of the way. and these on this end. And I'm going to push these wires back through the lower wrap. I'll start with a little shorter, like this. Like that. Now I'm going to cut this at some length. The precaution here is to cut it. These wires are going to come up on the inside, and they need to, this cut wire needs to be the cut wire needs to be longer than the wraps, which I've done here. Now just give these a kind of a preliminary bend back through that hole where I cut them. And up here I'll pull these wires, these same two wires, back through the wraps. You may have to bring them one at a time. And then I'm going to bend them and bring them up tight like that. See, they're tight against the wrap wires here. And they extend just a little above the wraps, but what I want is I want them to be even with the wraps, so I'll just nibble them down here until I get them right where I want them. And that's about right. Bring them in adjacent to the wrap wires. Now I'll bring these two, same two wires on top, I'll bring them over. And I will cut them right over the ends of the two wires I brought back up from the back. So here's what I have. Here, these long wires are the two that I cut over here and brought up through. This is the other end of the same wires through the wrap. I brought them over until it just overlay that. Kind of covers the ends of those wires. This acts as a spacer to keep everything equally spaced down here and to add rigidity to the piece. Now I'm going to push these two wires up, I think. I'm going to pull these back through just a little, not too much. You may have to move one at a time. Just pulling on it with the flat nose. Come on, behave, wire. There it comes. I probably don't want a lot more than that, really. It's really easy to get carried away here and get a very big. I'm gonna stop it there, and I'm gonna bend these back out of the way like this. And going to bring these back to, and this will form the bail. Okay. They're out there. So now we're working with the wires that we have left to lock the stone in and to do the piece. Now we'll make the first cuts, or the first adjustments on the prong. Again, I'm using my very small flat nose here, or I could equally well use my chain nose with the reference mark. This reference mark, again, the purpose of it is to make the prongs all very consistent in length. Get those back out of the way too. Just like before, I make the first bend 90 degrees in that direction. Again, the same reference mark. The reason I'm able to use these reference marks is that my prongs are very consistent in length. Now then I will make the second 90 degree bend. Again, opposite the first bend. Okay, so here's where we are now. We got made the first bend, then the second bend, and that's all we do now. We're not going to do the 45 that we did on the ring. Now we begin to shape this to fit the stone, and I do that by just beginning to rolling this over. And it's kind of a trial arrangement. And we want these to be straight. Okay, I'm going to work on the prongs just slightly. Bring them back a little bit more so they support the stone a little better on the underside, kind of like that. I separate them a little. And orient them toward the stone. One of the things that takes so long with these prong projects is manipulating the prongs when you get the stone. About where you want it. And final manipulation, of course, is when you tighten everything up. Used to be a little tighter up here now. And I keep testing the fit of the stone. We want a little more tension than that. We don't worry about the shape of the wings until the end. Okay. So we'll go ahead and begin to lock the stone in place. And we do that by bringing each of these outside wires around the stone down through the center and tightening the stone as we roll the wires in behind it. So the way we do that is we bring these two wires out. And we want those to fit closely under the edge of the stone. We're going to put them in and tighten them one at a time. Otherwise, we'll distort the setting and the stone will set crooked, like it seems to want to do right now. So I'm just going to cut part of this wire off because it's in the way. And up here, on this end, I'll do the same with the other wire. And down here, if you can see, I want it to come right through that groove of the stone on both ends of the prong. They're right in that groove and right in this groove. So I can kind of pre-shape the wires to do that. Move this one out of the way. And with my small chain nose, in this case, if I can only find them, I'll begin to roll this wire down through that gap. Let me move these out of the way. Down through that gap in the wires. And I'm just rolling it. Takes very little pressure to knock the stone out of place. And can also very easily distort the piece. And I'll just tighten it up, not real tight. And I'll cut this end off and I'll rotate this end down through the same gap. So I've got now then I just gently pull on each side and I keep checking the alignment of the stone and working with these wires underneath. Not only to maintain symmetry, but to to maintain the alignment of the whole piece. Now, the stone is very tight right now, but I'm not entirely pleased with the way these wires are under here, so I just do some adjustments. As I've said so many times, you're in charge of the wire's not in charge of you. Okay. Stone is real tight now. We'll tighten it up even more. Go ahead and bring this around on each side. And for right now, I'm going to leave those wires. Now we take our other two wires, and you could twist any of these at any point if you wanted the decorative effect. As I've mentioned before, I don't twist a lot. I like the more pristine look of just the wires. So I won't do that, but I will. I'm going to bring these wires around just like I did the others on the other end. And I'm going to bring that one, or each of these, down through the whole one on the other end. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and clip these wires, and I'll straighten things out in a few minutes. And I'll cut them even shorter, but right now I want to leave just a little bit of room to work on this a little later. Now then, I'm going to form the bail, and I do this pretty much like I did the others. This will be a rabbit ear bail. Come up here and bring these around on themselves, just like we did before. Like that. And I'll bend this down. So we have that on both sides. One of them I'm just going to get completely out of the way. The other one, I'll cut. Cut off a little bit. Now then I'll bring this wire into alignment, and I will wrap that up the bail. we're working with square wire, although it's fairly fine wire. It's not too hard to control. Done 4 wraps, and I'll just cut it between the wraps. Now then, I'll bring the other one. I'm going to get this out of the way. First, I'm going to cut this. I'll bend it and cut it a little bit. That'll. Get this one out of the way and bring the other one back. Begin to wrap it up. We'll cut it between the 2 bales. Okay, now then, we'll form our wings. We just take the back 2 wires and straighten them out, kind of like that. Actually, I think this shape kind of complements the shape of the stone. So the best way to shape these is together. And the best tool is the flat nose pliers. So we'll just, any place you've got a little bump or irregularity, just lay it diagonally across and apply a little pressure. Nothing too much, and we keep checking for symmetry. We want both sides to look about the same. Something like that. Now we can separate these. Like that. All right, now I want to piece may be just a little skewed. And by that I think I need to make not much. It's a little better. Okay. Bear in mind that I'm not making gross adjustments here. I'm just applying a little pressure here and there to. Yeah, that's better. And I do need to tighten these a little more. cut them. I'm just making minor adjustments here in the appearance of the thing to make the wires all consistent. I can adjust the prongs a little bit. Okay. Now I would use the abrasive, rubberized abrasive to take the little tool marks out on the prongs. Maybe a couple of places on the wire. Deburr and polish, and then that would be our finished piece. And I've separated these so that when it's worn, it'll rest flat against the adjacent to the clothing. Should make sure that these are the same. Close, maybe this one's off just a little. But you can work on a piece like this for a long time, just getting everything right. And as I said earlier, on this one I use 22 gauge because we're working with a small stone. On larger stone I might use 21. So there it is. Next project is going to be another form of the border wrap, and I'm going to use this to wrap a small by small, I mean about ½ inch in width and 3/4 of an inch. In other words, a 12 by 18 or so faceted stone. Here's a little larger stone. The differences here is I'm going to cover this filigree work, and it, I think, adds quite a lot to the stone. I don't always do everything the same way, but I kind of like this look. And so at the end I'll show you how to manipulate these additional wires for other design features. I'm going to use a cubic zirconia CZ, in this case what was known as pink ice, and makes a real beautiful little stone. These synthetics are very well cut. The brilliance is perfect, and the stones are perfectly shaped. You can also use the natural faceted stones, but many of them, especially the ones that are cut in South America and in the Far East, are frequently not well shaped. But you can use them. It just makes it a little more cumbersome. I've pre-cut my wires. Again, I determined the length of it using my magic wire as we did on the other. This is a hard wire project. Again, I'm using 22 gauge square, half hard, gold-filled wire. And it's a minimum of 3 wires. Since this is a small stone, we only need 3 wires. So that's 24 inches. And I'll also need 2 pieces of half round wrap wire, again 21 gauge, half round gold filled. So I pre-cut these using progressive cutting techniques, which I've mentioned numerous times earlier. and I've taped them on one end. Again, they're 8 inches long. I've grouped them, taped them, and I'll just straighten them as best I can. Not only do I need the shorter wrap wires, I need a longer wrap wire to wrap from here to here, and I don't know what the length of that is. Probably start with about 10 inches since it's a fairly small stone. In this case, since when I get to the end I'm going to need additional wire for this, I don't center the wire. I don't center this bottom wrap. I offset it a little, and from the center, one side or the other, it doesn't make too much difference. I'll start the wrap, as always, with about a 3/4 of an inch tail offset to the left, and I'm going to leave about 3.5 inches on one side and the remainder on the other, which would be 5.5. Again, I'll make the very first wrap. First wrap by hand. I'll begin the wrap with my pliers. Now I need to roughly calculate how long I need to make the wraps. So I'll pre-shape what I call the pattern wire before. Lay the stone table down and just pre-shape the pattern wire. I'll go ahead and mark this so you can see it. I want to wrap from about right there to right there, roughly. And as I said, this will just get us in the ballpark. And I'll cut it, get that out of the way. And measure that, and it looks as though I need almost exactly 1/2 inch of wraps. So I continue my wrapping here, and I'll go 1/2 of an inch. Okay, that's real close. I'm going to preform this around the base of the stone. And then I'll cut my wires. But first I'll determine whether I might need to make any adjustments. I don't have enough yet. It's going to be too long, really. So I'll bring a couple of wires off. That shouldn't be our phone. That's going to be good. I'll cut that. We'll cut both wires inside. Okay, you can see that the wraps come to the points that I marked on the stone. So now then, I'm going to just completely shape this wire. If I hold it pretty tightly up here, why I'll be able to bring it right in next to the stone. So far, that's just about what I want. Right there. I'll need to adjust this a little bit later on, but I want to have the wraps. Want to have the primary wires come together a little above the stone, less than 1/4 of an inch in this case, since it's a small stone, and maybe more than an inch, maybe. So I just grab that point with my flat nose pliers. I bend it out. Then I'll bring the primary wires from the other side together where they meet, right there. And I'll bend these out. And hopefully that's not quite right. So they're not quite aligned. So I'm going to give it just a slight adjustment. There we are. That's what we want. We want those two to come together just like that. Now then, just as we did before, I'm going to put a sacrificial wrap here and hold these wires in alignment, both side to side and in the front view. So I need to make the space in the temporary wrap wire as big as 2 wires together. And again, to do that, I come up a little further on my flat nose pliers, bend that so I have that notch that's roughly equivalent to those 2 wires together. I just hook this around both wires, and make my first wrap with my fingers. And that's what we want. I'll put about 3 or 4 wraps on here to keep things lined up. Again, this is a sacrificial wire. We'll be manipulating it and cutting it later. So I'm going to cut a little off of it. We don't need that much for this. Don't want to put too many wraps on it. I want to be able to slide it up and down. So I'm going to line everything up here like that, and we'll test fit the stone, although I'm pretty sure it's what I want, and it is. Just like that. Okay. Take the tape off. Don't do as I do. There we go. Now you'll notice that we have wires quite a bit longer on this one side than on the other, and the idea is that we've got extra wire. We've got way too much here actually, but we want longer wires at the end to do the filigree with. At this point, we kind of need to decide which is the front and which is the back of the wrap piece, and I'm going to call this the front. No particular reason. It just looks maybe a little better. So I'm going to separate these 2 wires like that. These back 2 wires become the bail. So I'm going to cut those the same length. And as we did before, I'm going to make a rabbit ear bail. Since this is hardwire, I probably won't twist the bail. I didn't on either of these. Here's what a twisted bail would look like, and versus an untwisted. And I don't use a lot of twist. Some people do, but it's just not what I prefer. So again, this is a rabbit ear bail. Going to just roll it down here until I get it to a point that I think is going to look good. Now, it's a little deceptive. Because we're going to make it a little tighter. We're going to bend this out back here, and so this will be somewhat shortened from what it is now. And I'll do that right now. Just take the two back wires, the two bail wires, and I've bent them back like that. Now then, as I've said earlier, this acts as a handle and it assists me in wrapping the bail. Just makes it easier. Now then, I'm going to move the sacrificial wire up. Just slide it up. And the idea here is this continues to hold everything into place while I put the permanent bail wires on to wrap. And now I'll be able to just squeeze this in, and I'll start at the where the primary wires come together, and I'll wrap up for my bail. I'm going to adjust that just a little. Actually got it just a little too short, so to adjust it, just take my round nose pliers and move it up a little. Okay, so everything is still held in alignment, and I've got my handle here and it works pretty good, but I'm going to adjust it just a little. I like that a little better. Okay. Next step is to put the permanent bail wrap on. And again, with the flat side toward me, I offset this to my left. Except I should have moved up a little bit. Again, I've got that space, wider space. That's too wide. But okay, again, I'll just pull on this. I can hold it down with my finger and put my first wrap on by hand. Then I'm going to wrap this from the where the primary wires meet to the base of my bail. I'm wrapping from the bottom toward the top. And 4 to 5 wraps is a good number of wraps for this. Here I think I have 5. That will secure the piece very well. Okay, now then I'm going to cut my sacrificial wire off. And I'll cut my bullet bale wrap wires off. For right now, I'm just going to cut them a little shorter. Okay. Now I can straighten these 2 bale wires. And I'm going to bring these up under at the base of where the bale wires meet the primary wires. Something like that. And I like to work these in. If I get, I got them a little long, so I want to cut just a little more off of them. And all right, now this, by bringing the ends of the bale wires back up under itself, it locks both the top and the bottom of our wrap wires, so we can go ahead and we cut those. And they will not unwrap no matter what. Okay, there we are. Now we have 4 wires left here. And now it's time to put our stone in. Again, I use my pocket knife, a very thin bladed knife that I can separate both the front and the wire. And I gauge where I am on my knife. Let me mark it here, and then it'll be a little easier to follow. I come up about that far on my knife. All right, I've marked, just made a reference mark on the end of my pliers. Knife. And I just slide this in the front 2 wires. And I'm using that same reference mark, the back, just separating it slightly, like that. I'm going to do the same thing on the back 2 wires. Like that. And got into the wrong wire. As you can see, I've left the center wire undisturbed, which is where we want it. All right, since this is a small stone, I use a very narrow pair of flat nose pliers because we don't want a very large part of the wire to come up on the edge of the stone and hide it. And also because this is the bottom of the stone, it's sloped like that. We want to have support across that slope. So to accomplish that, I'll take these first two wires and I prepare a seat for the stone. And because I use the same pair of flat nose pliers, by bringing this right down to the wrap wires, I get a very consistent size on the bends. And again, if you look at the end of this, these slope down to accommodate the shape of the stone on the back. Like that. Now I put the stone into the piece, and it might fit a little tight. Might have to manipulate a little bit just to get it to lay right. And the idea is that it lays, it's flat in the mounting. Like that's pretty flat. Okay. Now then, I take same flat nose pliers right down to the wraps on the bottom, and I bring this in like that. And again on the other side, bring this in and adjust them just so they're even, pretty much even. Okay, kind of like that. Now the stone is tight and it's retained. Occasionally you'll have to manipulate the wires on the back to make sure that they are flush with the bottom part of the stone. Want to make our bends very consistent, and we want to maintain symmetry on our wires. Another thing you'll need to check is to be sure that the bottom of your stone fits closely to the wrapped portion of it down here. You don't want to see much daylight. And this one worked out pretty well. So here we are. Okay, now then, we've got 4 wires up here, 2 on each side. The other 2, again, were the bail. And we've got a lot of wire to form a filigree effect. And as I did on this one, I cut 2 of the wires off and brought them up adjacent to the wrap wires on the bail right here. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to leave myself a little flexibility, but I'm going to bring the shorter of the wrap wires, not the front one, but the one right behind it. And I'm going to bring it down and into the bail wraps. Get it in position, and I'm going to cut this so that it's flush with the bottom of the bale wraps. And I'll bring that right in. Close that. That retains these bale wraps even more than they were before. Ordinarily, in design, I like to work with 3 wires. 3 wires is a little nicer look than 2, and we'll try 3. If it doesn't work, we'll just go to 2. And what I'm referring to now are these wires that come around here on both these projects. I'll leave the 3rd wire. It'll give me flexibility at the end. I can do something with it, or I don't have to. At this point, it's pretty plain, so maybe I'll, just to give it a little additional texture, I will twist one of these wires, one of these longer wires. I'll even twist the front one. So we're working with half hard wire. We can only twist a couple of inches at a time, as I've said so many times during these tapes. And start twisting. Just twist it to then blend it a little. Move it out 1.5 inches or 2 inches. Twist some more. Get them about the same, then I back it up and fill in that. I don't think I'll need any more, but okay. You can use these additional wires to get really fancy and to form a very large piece. And I don't usually do that much of it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these 2 wires, bring them around, bring them down this side, and then once I get over there, I could continue using them to form an even larger decorative effect around the outside of the ring. And I like to make my loops with these pliers. I use them like this. Start to form my loop, and I use it diagonally across because this gives me a might bring them way out here. And keep this fairly small up here so I don't and then I shape with my fingers, just so I get a real nice shape. And what I can do then, and at this phase of the project, you can spend a great deal of time trying to figure out what to do with these wires, because virtually the design possibilities are limitless at this point. What mine more or less look the same. I do a lot of the same sort of things. Part of what I mean by the evaluation process is you move this wire in and out, up and down. You know, how do you want it to appear? You manipulate your wires so that you get a different effect. And You can separate them like that, look at them, you know, and kind of like, I'm beginning to kind of like that look. And so I think I'll keep that, and I'll tie these two wires back in the back here somehow. So I've got way too much wire. I'm going to go ahead and, at this point, cut them off. And decide where I want to tie them in. And I'm going to just put them around this support wire on the back of the stone. It doesn't destroy that wire at all. It just it will maintain pressure, and so I just begin to roll one of the two wires over. Maybe I'll go with the bottom one first. Separate this a little so I can get it started. Don't want to get too carried away, but okay, there it is, and it's coming around. Position this where I want it down in that area, and I'll continue. Just scrolling this wire down until it begins to tighten up where I want it to something like that. When I get to that point, and position where I want it, I'll go ahead and cut this. Cut it right there. And I'll bring that wire back on itself and tighten it up so it'll stay in place. Okay. Now then I'll do the same with my second wire, and I want to cut a little more off of it. It'll make it a little easier to work with. Bring it around. Just beside the other one. Just scroll it around. Take a check on it here in front once in a while and make sure they're pretty well lined up the way I want them. Sitting here working with this, but I still had a little trouble saying it because of the light reflecting off the gold. Shouldn't be a single phone ringing in this house. Everything is unplugged. And force this wire back on itself and tight. Okay, so that's what I have so far. I have a third wire, and I might experiment with this one a little bit and sort of decide what I might want to do with it. And maybe I'll just want eventually just to cut it off, but we've got the flexibility of working with it in the same way that we did with the other one. And I'm not too happy with what I'm seeing here. As you'll note, I'm just kind of moving it around. I really think the nicest look would be with just the two wires and bringing this wire down the other side, so that's what I'm going to do. On bigger stones, you can probably do better with 3 wires, where the stone is much larger, but here I'm getting, I feel that I'm getting too much up in this area, and it, you know, it looks too balanced and too massive for this stone. It's a matter of personal preference at that point. I just wanted to expose you to the possibilities, what you can do here. So, what we are going to do is, I'll cut this one off a little bit, and we'll just bring this one down right beside the right beside the other wrap wire like that, and cut them even. We'll spread our bale and deburr and polish, and that's about it. So that's our filigree pendant. And it's much like the other border wrap we did, but a variation on it, and a lot more design possibilities when you allow extra wire at the end to form, to add additional design effects. Okay. Next project is a BWAP pearl ring. In this case, it's a treated BWAP pearl, and that turns them a dark color. It's a permanent change. And I like the BWAP pearl with this particular ring, but it also worked well with a Cabochon ring. And on this particular one, I don't normally use many twisted wires, but on this one I did, and this is a possibility as an additional decorative effect across here. I don't believe I will use that. I'll talk about when to do it. I've already cut my wires for this project. We used 3 wires. 21 gauge is a good gauge, or 20, and we're using soft square gold filled. I cut these using progressive cutting techniques, and that's what you should do too. These are 9 inches long, and on this project we don't use the usual 21 gauge wrap wire. We use half hard square wire, and it should be the same gauge as our primary wires. So the beginning of this project is what I call the 270-degree twist. I think I talked about various structures on the introductory tape. In this particular one, I use that kind of structure to hold the thing together. So I align my wires. And they look pretty consistent there. Having trouble with this for some reason. There we are. The wires are properly aligned in the same direction. You get a consistent play of color across the 3 wires as you move it in the light. So that's what we want. We start this project by doing the 270-degree twist, and we do it 1/2 size under what we want the finish size. So for instance, if I want a size 8, I would start at a 7.5. And I center these 3 wires by eye. It's fairly close at a size 7.5, and I bring the 3 wires together around the mandrel at the 7.5 size. And again, they're roughly centered. Well, just a little more over here, I think. So I'm just adjusting the center at this point. So once I get the wires situated on the size 7.5, I begin to form my 270-degree structure. So what I do is I first take 1 wire and I bring it slightly beyond 90 degrees. Then with my other hand and holding it tight at the right size with my thumb, like that, I bring this a little over 90 degrees, roughly 135. Still holding it at the 7.5, and I come back to my original 3 wires, and I bring those to 180, and I do the same with the other 3. Still on 7.5. All right, now then, I take one of the 2 wires, it doesn't make too much difference which one, and I bring it just beyond a total twist of 270 degrees. And that's what I have at this point. I'm going to make these just a little tighter. Now these are soft wires, so they're fairly easy to manipulate. And I'll bring this one a little tighter. Straighten it out again. Okay, so that's what I have now, and I'll use my hammer just to flatten this all out and line it up. I want to keep my wires together as best I can. Okay. So here we are. Now I'm going to, again, these are not what you usually use as wrap wires. These are half-hard wires of the same gauge as the 3 primary wires, but the primary wires, again, are soft. This is a half-hard wire. And just like I do with the other half-round wrap wire, I'm going to bend these and offset them to my left. Just like that. Straighten it as best I can. Straighten it by rubbing against the curvature of the wire. Okay, now then, I'm going to put the wrap wires around the ring shank. Should have offset these to the right, I guess, instead of the left. And notice that I am hooking this wire in the same direction as the wires on the opposite side of the twist, but in the same direction, and the long wire comes out on top of the ring shank like that. So I hook that over. And I'm going to do 1 wrap. Okay. So this is what I have now. Again, I'm going to take the other one. And correction to what I told you initially is I should have offset these to the right, not the left, for this project. To the right as I look at it, just like that, toward my right. And this one I'm going to hook around the ring shank again in the same direction, but on the opposite side of the twist. In other words, my primary wires are here. This is my wrap wire. It's going in the same direction as the primary wires, but on the opposite side, and with the wrap wire on top of the ring shank, the long part of the wrap wire on top of the ring shank. And again, I'm going to do 1 wrap. Okay. And on the introductory tape, I talked about the X structure or foundation, and this is just the version of it with a ring, because that would be like the X. We're just holding, instead of the normal wrap wires, we're using this 270-degree twist to hold the structure together. Okay. Now then, I'm going to pre-shape this for the stone. This is a fairly narrow stone. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to shape this up, because what I'm going to, the effect I'm going to have is I'm going to bring these 3 primary wires, just scroll them over the end of the stone in the same on this side. So I'm pre-shaping these to fit the stone. And I'm just rolling them over like that, just around my finger. I'm just like that. And I do the same on the other end. See how it just scrolls over, and these line up very nicely. If they don't, use your round nose pliers to make them behave. Okay. Well, didn't get this one quite right. One here that's not quite cooperating, but we'll get it. This little tool mark that I made in the wire we'll be able to take out at the end with a rubberized abrasive. Okay, so this is kind of what I have now. I get it properly aligned. I've got the 2 wrap wires on opposite sides of the primary wires, the twist for the primary wires, and they're in the same direction as the primary wires. I'll cut this part out. We edit. All right. Now I will put my stone in and center it over the twist. I'll move my wrap wires under the twist. Like that. Like that. As you can see, I've got the stone fairly well centered over the twisted portion. It's not necessarily straight. We don't have to worry about that right now. We just want it somewhere in the ballpark. And I'm wrapping the primary wires around the end of the stone and around the wrap wire. So looking at it from the end, bring this over the stone and around the wrap wire and out from under the other side of the stone. Like that. We'll manipulate these wires a little bit later to make sure. And then I'm going to do the same with the other 3 wires. I'm coming and the opposite end of the stone. Holding them together, wrapping them over and around the end of the stone, and around this wrap wire, which we want out right here. Okay. So here's what we have. At this point, these are our wrap wires, and they're because they're wrapped around the shank. These are our 3 primary wires that are wrapped around the end of the stone on each end and around the wrap wires. Now then, I want to move the wrap wires up under the side of the stone. And I'm going to wrap the short end that I left on. I'm just going to wrap it down toward the bottom of the shank. Just like this. And I'll put about 3 wraps. Three wraps on top, just like that. And I'll cut this. Actually, it's not too bad, so I'll just leave it. So that's what I've got inside the shank. 3 wraps with the cut wire right there. I'm going to do the same on the other side. Again, slide it up under the stone, if possible, as close to the stone as you can get it. I'm going to wrap this down toward the bottom of the shank, the short wire. Three wraps, as I did on the other side. Square wire is a little more difficult to wrap than the half round, but we don't make many wraps. And the purpose of it is just to hold the shank wires together. Okay. Now my wrap wires are anchored in, and they're in the proper position for the ring, for finishing the ring. Okay. Now then, I bend my wrap wires back. I just bent them back, and that holds these wires together, these primary wires, and it will tighten the stone. I'm going to show you, there are 2 possibilities here, and I call this, these wrap wires now, I make a bezel like that, and I can make one that just conforms to the edge of the stone, kind of like that. And that's a nice look. The other possibility, and this is the wrap wires conforming to the edge of the stone. The other possibility is to indent these wires, and I think that's even a nicer look. So that's what I'm going to do here. And the way that's done is you take your round nose pliers at the back edge of the of your 3 primary wires. Just grab it right there, round nose. Bend this back out like this, and bring it in that fashion. And I'll do the same on the other side. If your wire is not facing up, I just use my flat nose pliers to make it flat like that. In other words, if you're looking at it and it's not straight up and down as you look down on it, you should straighten it because it makes it nicer to look at and makes it a little easier to work. So I've done the offset again. I'm going to just bring that around like that. Okay, we're almost through. Okay, now then, I'm going to cut these 3 wires wherever I want them cut. I'm going to cut them about 1/8 of an inch beyond where I want the bezel wrap wire to end up. So I'm going to cut them about like this. So that's about 1/8 of an inch. Okay. Now with the chain nose pliers, I'll begin to just roll these around that wrap wire. And I just roll it down on itself, something like that. Let me show you kind of a larger view of what I'm doing. This would be the wrap wire coming down. Then I would take the short wires that I cut off to go around the wrap wire. I'm just using my chain nose pliers to make a little bitty loop. I got this one a little big. And I'm rolling it around this wrap wire. This is what it looks like from the side. And notice that I'm coming from underneath the wrap wire and rolling it over. Move that back, and I crimp this first wire pretty tight. And that will hold these in place. In other words, once I get them placed, they won't be moving in and out like that. I'll move this back one out of the way. And again, working right at the end of my chain nose pliers. And for the last 2, it gets a little easier if you work at the back of behind the wires and bring them forward. And then finally the very last one. Mash it down on itself and force them into alignment. So this is what I have from the side. to line up. Okay. Now I'm going to do the same with these 3 primary wires on the other end. That is to cut them about roughly 1/8 of an inch beyond where I want to. And again, I'll separate them and I'll start with the front wire, by front I mean the one closest to the end of the stone. Now I've trapped the wrap wire, tighten that down. Move this one out of the way. Again, just roll it. Just taking a very small bite. As you can see, a real important tool is a real small pair of chain nose pliers to do really good work. Pliers are extremely important. And I'll reverse it and work this last one from the back. And there we are. Okay. So the stone is very locked in, it's tight, and I've got my primary wires pretty well aligned the way I want them up here. Move that a little more than I wanted to. And so now I'm going to just scroll it around the end of the wire. Like this, and around the 3 primary wires on the other side. So roughly shape it with my fingers. Something like that. And it'll be quite a bit smaller. I'm going to cut quite a bit of wire off of this. Do the rough forming on the other end just like I did there. Scroll it around with your fingers and something like that, and I'll cut I just roll this wire in down through the space between the stone and the wrap wire, and here it comes. There it is right there, it's coming. So I'm going to continue to tighten this up, bring it out under the 3 primary wires, and when I get it where I think it looks attractive, then I'll cut it off down here and push that wire back through. You won't see the end of this wire. Oh, I don't want it to go there. I want it to go under. I want it to go under these primary wires. So you force it. Actually, you just make it do what you want to do. And I control the size of it by rolling it out here. I'll move that out of the way because here here the wire comes. There it is right there. And I keep pulling it and looking at it on the top until this overlays the wire under it right here. About like that, I think. Then I'll cut it here and just push it, the end of it right back through those 3 wires, just a little. Just to straighten it a little bit to try to make it a little more attractive out there on the end. Okay, now then I do the same with the other end. Sometimes you have to make room for your wire, which I'm going to have to do now. I do that by just moving it out of the way slightly. And there we go. That's about where I want it. No, it's in there. This is the other end of it. And so I'm just going to cut it. And again, push it right back under there. Okay, so that's our finished ring. I'll just tap everything down, and especially my wrap wires here. Size it up slightly, and if it's slightly misaligned, you can just twist this. You can twist it 45 degrees if you want to. But just line everything up. Then I would deburr and polish, and that would be the finished ring.